Hello everyone. Welcome to Midnight Story Channel. I'm here to help you today. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, and I'm honored to be part of your journey. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Take a deep breath, get comfortable, and allow yourself to relax. Your story is about to begin. Story 1. The old house across the street had always been a quiet, unassuming landmark in our sleepy suburban town, its windows like sleepy eyes peering out from beneath overgrown eaves. I never imagined it would become the epicenter of my deepest terrors, but that was before he arrived. The moving truck, a hulking, grimy beast, had just rumbled away, leaving behind a lingering scent of diesel fumes and a swirling vortex of dust that seemed to cling to the very air. I was idly watering my rose bushes, lost in the mundane rhythm of my day, when he emerged from his new abode. A towering silhouette against the fading twilight, he stood motionless for an unnerving stretch of time, a figure carved from the deepening shadows. Then, with an almost imperceptible slowness, his head swiveled, his gaze locking onto me. I, in my naive neighborliness, offered a friendly wave, a hopeful gesture of welcome, ready to introduce myself and extend an invitation to the neighborhood barbecue. But he didn't wave back. He simply stared. Even from across the quiet street, I could feel the searing intensity of his gaze, a palpable weight that made my skin prickle with an unsettling dread, as if I were a specimen being meticulously dissected under a cold, unforgiving microscope. After what felt like an agonizing eternity, he abruptly turned and retreated inside, the heavy door thudding shut with a chilling finality. I tried to shake off the burgeoning unease, dismissing it as irrational paranoia. "He's probably just shy," I muttered to myself, forcing my attention back to the cool spray of water cascading over my hands as I adjusted the hose nozzle. Moving is stressful. He'll warm up eventually. But he didn't. Days bled into weeks, and he remained an enigmatic recluse. The thick curtains in his front windows remained perpetually drawn, a barrier against the outside world. Yet, sometimes, when I was retrieving the mail or heading to my car, I'd catch a fleeting glimpse of movement behind the heavy fabric, a shadow shifting, a subtle twitch of the curtain. It was ephemeral, easy to dismiss if you weren't constantly vigilant, but I was vigilant. I couldn't help it. About a week after his arrival, the surveillance intensified. I was in my kitchen, the mundane act of chopping vegetables for dinner, when an inexplicable chill made me glance up. There he was, a spectral presence in his front window, his eyes, dark and unblinking, impaled on me. The suddenness of his appearance made me gasp, nearly slicing my finger. I offered another awkward wave, a desperate attempt at normalcy despite the growing knot of ice in my stomach. He offered no reciprocal gesture. He didn't move. He simply continued to stare, his face an impenetrable, blank mask. I tore my gaze away, forcing my focus back to the vibrant carrots on my cutting board, finding a desperate comfort in the steady rhythm of my knife against the wood. When I dared to look back, he was gone. But that was merely the sinister prelude. Soon, it seemed as if every time I glanced out a window or stepped foot outside, he was there, a silent, unblinking sentinel. Sometimes he lurked behind his curtains, a phantom presence, other times he stood openly at his window, a brazen display of his unnerving obsession. Once, I woke in the dead of night to the horrifying sight of him in his front yard, a motionless statue, his gaze fixed on my house. I yanked my curtains shut with trembling hands, my heart hammering so violently against my ribs, I was convinced he could hear its frantic rhythm from across the street. I began to meticulously alter my routines, desperate to become unpredictable. I'd leave for work at varying times, take circuitous routes home. But somehow, he always knew. No matter when I departed or returned, he'd be there, his eyes, like twin obsidian orbs, following my every desperate move. I considered confronting him, of demanding an explanation for his chilling behavior, but an inexplicable force held me back. Perhaps it was the bone-chilling coldness in his eyes, or the way his mere presence seemed to drain all warmth from the surrounding air. Whatever it was, every primal instinct screamed at me to maintain my distance, to stay far, far away. As days bled into weeks, his behavior spiraled into something even more erratic. Strange, unsettling noises would emanate from his house at all hours, insistent banging, and abrasive scraping, sometimes even what sounded like muffled, desperate shouting. Once, I could have sworn I heard the desolate sobs of a woman, but when I strained to listen more closely, the sound was abruptly, chillingly silenced. Sleep became a distant, unattainable luxury. I found myself perpetually on edge, jumping at every subtle sound, constantly checking and rechecking the locks on my doors and windows. My friends, noticing the stark transformation in me, commented on the bruised shadows beneath my eyes, the way I flinched at sudden movements. I brushed off their growing concern, utterly incapable of articulating the chilling reality that I was being terrorized by someone who hadn't, technically, done anything. Then came the night that shattered everything. I was awake late, as was my custom now, consumed by an unbearable, gnawing anxiety. The house was cloaked in a profound silence, broken only by the faint, comforting hum of the refrigerator and the relentless ticking of the clock on my nightstand. I was mindlessly scrolling through my phone, a futile attempt to distract myself from the spiraling dread in my gut, when I heard it, a soft creak, emanating from downstairs. I froze, my breath catching in my throat, my entire being tensed. It could have been nothing, I desperately reasoned. Houses groan and settle all the time, right? But then I heard it again, louder this time, unmistakable. Someone was in my house. My hand shook uncontrollably as I fumbled for my phone, my fingers fumbling, poised to dial 911. But before I could complete the call, my bedroom door slowly, agonizingly, began to open. I held my breath, every muscle in my body rigid, prepared to spring into desperate, futile action. The door swung fully open, revealing nothing but the impenetrable blackness of the hallway beyond. For a fleeting moment, a sliver of hope, I thought I had conjured it all, that the relentless stress and crippling lack of sleep had finally fractured my sanity. But then I saw it, a shadow, impossibly dark, moving across my bedroom floor. I tracked its horrifying progress with wide, disbelieving eyes, my heart threatening to erupt from my chest. The shadow paused at the foot of my bed, and then, with an agonizing slowness, it began to rise. It took shape, coalescing into a tall, disturbingly familiar silhouette. Him. I was utterly paralyzed. I couldn't move, couldn't even draw a breath. I lay there, frozen, as he loomed over me. In the dim, ambient light filtering through my curtains, I could just make out the malevolent glint in his eyes, the subtle, chilling twist of his mouth. "Hello, neighbor," he rasped, his voice a low, gravelly growl that sent shivers down my spine. "I think it's time we had a proper introduction. don't you? I wanted to scream, to run, to fight with every fiber of my being, but my body remained utterly unresponsive. I could only watch, a terrified spectator in my own nightmare, as he reached into his pocket, extracting something that caught the faint light, a knife. "You see," he continued, his voice a chilling monotone as he ran a finger along the gleaming blade, "I've been watching you for a while now. Learning your habits, your routines. It's amazing what you can learn about a person just by observing." He took another deliberate step closer, and now I could smell him, a nauseating concoction of sweat and something metallic, something that screamed of blood. "But observation can only tell you so much," he whispered, his voice dangerously close. "To really know someone, you have to get closer." The knife hovered mere inches from my face, and in its polished, reflective surface, I could see my own terrified reflection, a ghostly image of pure, unadulterated fear. This was it, I thought, a cold, unyielding certainty settling over me. This is how I die. But just as the cold tip of the blade brushed against my cheek, a blinding light flooded the room. Car headlights, their powerful beams sweeping across my windows, as a vehicle turned onto our street. The sudden, unexpected illumination seemed to startle him, and he recoiled, taking a step back, momentarily distracted. It was all the opening I needed. With a primal surge of adrenaline, a desperate, raw power I didn't know I possessed, I launched myself out of bed, shoving past him with every ounce of my strength. He stumbled, caught off guard, and I heard the chilling clatter of the knife as it struck the floor. I didn't dare to look back. I simply ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time, my lungs burning with each desperate, ragged breath. I could hear him behind me, his heavy footsteps thundering down the steps, a terrifying cadence of pursuit. My lungs screamed in protest as I sprinted for the front door, my shaking hands fumbling desperately with the lock. Just as I finally got it open, I felt his hand, cold and unyielding, close around my arm, yanking me back with brutal force. "No!" I shrieked, twisting frantically in his vice-like grip. "Let me go!" We grappled in the doorway, a desperate, visceral struggle, his immense strength threatening to utterly overpower me. But desperation, a raw, primal surge, lent me a strength I never knew I possessed. I clawed at his face, my nails raking across his cheek, leaving searing trails of pain. He howled, a guttural cry of agony, his grip loosening just enough for me to wrench free. I burst out onto my front lawn, screaming for help at the top of my lungs, my voice raw and ragged with terror. Lights began to flicker on in neighboring houses, curious faces, hazy and indistinct, appearing in windows. He stood in my doorway, a monstrous silhouette, blood trickling down his face where I'd scratched him, his eyes blazing with a horrifying, uncontrollable rage. For a moment, an agonizing eternity, we simply stared at each other, both of us panting heavily, our breaths ragged in the cool night air. Then, as the distant, mournful wail of approaching sirens filled the air, he turned and ran. Not back into my house, but across the street, to his own. I watched, dumbfounded and reeling, as he disappeared inside, the door slamming shut behind him with a resounding echo. The police arrived mere minutes later, finding me huddled on my front lawn, a trembling, broken mess. They listened to my fragmented, terrified story with grave expressions, immediately calling for backup to surround his house. But when they finally broke down his door, they found nothing. The house was utterly, inexplicably empty. No furniture, No personal belongings, nothing to indicate that anyone had ever lived there at all. I insisted, vehemently, that I hadn't imagined it, showing them the angry red scratches on my arm where he had seized me. They believed me. The undeniable signs of a struggle in my house were painfully clear. But they were utterly baffled. How could someone simply vanish like that? As I sat in the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped around my shivering shoulders, I watched the police meticulously comb through his house. They found no trace of him, no clue to his identity or where he might have gone. It was as if he had never existed. But I knew he had. I could still feel the phantom weight of his eyes on me, still smell that sickening metallic scent. And as I looked up at his empty house, a bone-chilling dread ran down my spine, a cold, creeping certainty. Because there, in the upstairs window, I saw a curtain twitch. Just slightly. Just enough. He was still watching. And I knew, with a certainty that made my blood run cold, that this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The house next door stood silent and dark, guarding its sinister secrets for now. But somewhere out there, my neighbor was waiting. Watching. And I knew that one day, when I least expected it, he would be back to finish what he started. Story 2. The wilderness, with its ancient, towering trees and the whisper of untamed life, had always been my sacred sanctuary. I was a solitary soul, finding profound solace in the quiet company of nature, a stark contrast to the relentless chaos of city life. So, when the insidious tendrils of stress from my demanding job began to constrict my very breath, I knew precisely what balm my weary spirit craved, a solo camping expedition, deep within the untrammeled heart of the wilderness. Just me, my trusty tent, and the boundless embrace of the great outdoors. If only I had possessed the faintest inkling of the horrors that lay waiting for me out there. The hike-in was a symphony of natural beauty. Autumn, with its masterful brushstrokes, had painted the forest in a breathtaking riot of fiery reds and burnished golds. The crisp, invigorating air filled my lungs with each conscious breath, cleansing my spirit as I ventured deeper into the emerald depths of the woods. The cacophony of civilization, a distant memory, gradually faded away, replaced by the hushed rustle of fallen leaves underfoot and the occasional, melodic call of a lone bird. It was, in that moment, absolute perfection. I discovered an idyllic spot to establish my camp just as the sun began its languid descent below the towering tree line. It was a small, secluded clearing nestled beside a babbling stream, sheltered by a venerable stand of ancient, old-growth pines. I pitched my tent with the practiced ease of long experience, gathered a generous supply of firewood, and settled in for the approaching evening. As night unfurled its inky cloak, I sat mesmerized by the dancing flames of my campfire, absorbing the subtle symphony of the forest around me. The moon, a luminous disk in the velvety sky, cast an ethereal, silvered glow through the intricate tapestry of branches overhead. The relentless tension of the preceding months, a heavy burden on my shoulders, seemed to melt away, dissolving into the cool night air. This, I thought, a profound sense of peace washing over me, was exactly what I needed. If only I had comprehended the horrifying depth of my misconception. The first ominous tremor, the subtle herald of something profoundly wrong, arrived just after the stroke of midnight. I had been drifting in a shallow, uneasy slumber within the confines of my tent when a sound, alien and jarring, wrenched me violently awake. It was difficult to identify at first, a strange, grating scrape mingled with what almost sounded like hushed, insidious whispers. I sat bolt upright, straining my ears, every nerve ending screaming with heightened awareness. There it was again, closer this time, more distinct. My heart rate, a frantic drum against my ribs, accelerated uncontrollably as I cautiously unzipped the tent flap, peering out into the moonlit clearing. At first, my eyes, wide and searching, discerned nothing out of the ordinary, just the familiar interplay of shadows and silver light. But then, a flicker of movement, something vast and indistinct, snagged my attention. Something was stirring between the gnarled trees at the very edge of the clearing. Something big. I held my breath, every muscle rigid with apprehension, watching as a dark, amorphous shape seemed to detach itself from the impenetrable shadows. It moved in a manner that was profoundly, viscerally wrong, not quite human, yet not quite animal. Just wrong. As swiftly and silently as it had materialized, it vanished, melting back into the inky blackness of the forest. I remained there, frozen in a tableau of sheer terror, for what felt like an eternity, my eyes riveted to that spot, barely daring to draw a breath. But nothing else emerged. Eventually, the crushing weight of exhaustion began to usurp the icy grip of fear, and I managed to drift into a fitful, uneasy sleep. I desperately rationalized it as merely an animal, perhaps a curious bear or a startled deer. Nothing to worry about, I told myself, a flimsy shield against the encroaching dread. The forest plays tricks on you at night, after all. But when I awoke the following morning, a sickening certainty washed over me. It had not been my imagination. The very first thing that assaulted my senses was the smell, a rank, musty odor that had been conspicuously absent the previous night. It was a putrid blend, reminiscent of wet fur mixed with something undeniably rotten. I unzipped my tent with trembling hands, dreading the horrifying revelation that awaited me. The clearing, bathed in the harsh, revealing light of day, seemed subtly, terrifyingly altered. Branches on the trees encircling my campsite had been snapped, far too high to have been the work of any conventional animal. Deep, jagged gouges marred the ancient trunks, as if something with colossal claws had been sharpening them with a deliberate, sinister purpose. But it was the discovery around my tent that truly froze the blood in my veins. Footprints. Dozens of them, encircling my tent in an unsettling, precise pattern. They were gargantuan, easily twice the size of my own feet, each culminating in long, curved claw marks. These monstrous prints had been conspicuously absent when I had drifted into sleep. Whatever had made them had been mere inches from me while I lay utterly vulnerable, lost in unconsciousness. Every fiber of my being, every primal instinct, screamed at me to pack my meager belongings and flee. But a quick, desperate check of my phone yielded no signal, a stark, terrifying realization that I was at least a full day's grueling hike from the nearest semblance of civilization. I was trapped. At least until I could somehow make my way back to the nearest road. I endured the day in a state of crippling hypervigilance, flinching at every snapping twig, every shifting shadow. I tried, desperately, to convince myself that it was merely some unusually large animal, perhaps a bear whose curiosity had been piqued by my campsite. But deep down, a cold, unwavering certainty resonated that was a lie. Bears do not leave prints like that. Bears do not move with the unnatural, predatory grace that thing had moved. As the sun began its agonizing descent, my anxiety ratcheted up to an almost unbearable crescendo. The thought of facing another night in that desolate place filled me with a profound, bone-deep terror. but I had no alternative. I was simply too far from any sanctuary to risk attempting to hike out in the suffocating darkness. I constructed my campfire far larger and more fiercely than the previous night, nurturing the hopeful, desperate illusion that its roaring flames would somehow keep whatever malevolent entity was out there at bay. As the hungry flames crackled and popped, I huddled miserably close, my eyes ceaselessly scanning the dense, watchful tree line. That's when I saw it. A fleeting flicker of movement, just at the very edge of the fire's flickering light. I squinted, my eyes aching with the effort, desperate to discern what it was. For a heart-stopping moment, I believed I saw a face peering out at me from behind a massive tree. But it was a face unlike any I had ever encountered, elongated, grotesque, with eyes that reflected the firelight with an unholy, feline glint. And the teeth. Oh, God, the teeth. I blinked, and it was gone. But I knew, with an icy certainty, that I had not imagined it. Sleep was an impossible luxury. I remained awake through the long, terrifying night, tirelessly feeding the ravenous fire and perpetually watching the shifting, dancing shadows. Every so often, I would catch another fleeting glimpse of movement, or hear that same chilling, grating sound again. But whatever malevolent entity was out there maintained its distance, seemingly content to merely watch and wait. When the first fragile tendrils of dawn finally broke, painting the sky with a hesitant, gray light, I was utterly exhausted, but miraculously, I was alive. And more determined than I had ever been to escape that place. I packed my camp with a frantic, desperate haste, not bothering with neatness or thoroughness. All that mattered was leaving. Just being gone. As I shouldered my backpack, my entire being poised for escape, something on the ground caught my eye. There, half hidden beneath a decaying fallen leaf, was a small, polished stone. I might have completely overlooked it had the nascent sunlight not glinted off its smooth, dark surface. Curious, despite the overwhelming surge of fear, I stooped and picked it up. It was exquisitely smooth and utterly black, adorned with strange, intricate symbols etched into its very surface, symbols that seemed to subtly shift and subtly change as I stared at them. A profound, bone-deep chill permeated my entire being as the horrifying realization dawned. This was no natural formation. Someone, or something, had deliberately left it there. I dropped the stone as if it had seared my flesh, and began to walk, my pace a breathless, desperate run. I had no comprehension of what that thing was, or what it portended, but I knew, with absolute certainty, that I wanted no part of it. The hike back was a blur of raw paranoia and surging adrenaline. Every snapping twig made me flinch violently. Every elongated shadow seemed to conceal some lurking, predatory threat. I could have sworn I heard the soft, rhythmic cadence of footsteps behind me more than once, but when I spun around to look, there was never anything there. It wasn't until I finally reached the blessed trailhead and saw the familiar, comforting sight of my card that I allowed myself a fleeting moment of tentative relief. I was safe. I had made it out. Or so I desperately, foolishly thought. It's been 3 long, agonizing weeks since that harrowing camping trip, and I still cannot shake the insidious, creeping sensation that I am perpetually being watched. Sometimes, out of the periphery of my vision, I'll catch a fleeting glimpse of something moving, just at the edge of my sight. When I whip my head around to look, it's gone. I've been plagued by terrible dreams too, nightmares of endless, frantic running through an interminable forest, pursued by an unseen entity I cannot discern. yet can feel getting closer with every pounding step. I jolt awake, drenched in a cold, clammy sweat, the rank scent of wet fur and decay still clinging oppressively to my nostrils. But the most chilling part, the part that makes me question my very sanity, arrived this morning. I discovered something nestled on my doorstep, a small, exquisitely polished black stone, adorned with those same shifting, insidious symbols etched into its surface. Identical to the one I had found, in terror, in the heart of the forest. I have no idea how it materialized there. I have no idea what it truly signifies. But I know, with a certainty that chills me to my very core, that whatever malevolent entity I encountered in those ancient, watchful woods has followed me home. And I am profoundly, terribly afraid that next time, a mere campfire will be woefully insufficient to keep it at bay. The forest was meant to be my sanctuary, my escape. Instead, it brought something back with me. Something that is watching. Waiting. And I don't believe it will ever leave me truly alone until it gets what it craves. Story 3. The highway stretched ahead, a black ribbon unspooling under the indifferent gaze of the moon. I'd been driving for what felt like an eternity, the relentless drone of the engine a hypnotic lullaby, broken only by the fleeting flash of my headlights catching a distant road sign or the gleaming eyes of some nocturnal creature. The dashboard clock glowed an accusatory 11:47 p.m., and a bone-deep weariness was beginning to seep into my very bones. I should have yielded to the insistent urge to stop at that motel, a beacon of promise a few miles back, but a stubborn resolve, a desperate yearning to reach home tonight, propelled me onward. That unyielding determination, I would soon discover, would become my undoing. It began subtly, a faint sputter, then a hacking cough from beneath the hood. I frowned, my eyes darting to the fuel gauge, tapping it with a hopeful, yet futile, finger. Half full, it defiantly proclaimed, a blatant lie to my suddenly racing heart. Something was catastrophically wrong. The car lurched violently, then began its agonizing, irreversible deceleration. No, 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 I muttered, my voice a desperate plea, as I wrestled the failing vehicle toward the narrow, gravelly shoulder of the road. With a final, pathetic wheeze, a death rattle that echoed in the oppressive silence, the engine died completely. I sat there for a long, agonizing moment, my hands still gripping the steering wheel in a white-knuckled vice, as if sheer willpower alone could breathe life back into the inert machine. The silence that descended was absolute, crushing, broken only by the ominous tick, tick, tick of the cooling engine and my own ragged, desperate breaths. Pulling out my phone, I cursed under my breath, a bitter exhalation. No signal, of course. The universe, it seemed, had a cruel sense of humor. I popped the hood and stepped out, the sudden rush of cool night air raising an immediate, goose-pimpled chill on my exposed arms. I aimed my phone's meager flashlight into the cavernous, unknowable depths of the engine compartment, but it might as well have been written in ancient hieroglyphics for all the sense it made to my bewildered mind. I am no mechanic, and in that desolate moment, bathed in the anemic glow of my phone, I had never felt more utterly, profoundly helpless. That's when I saw them, headlights, two pinpricks of salvation, approaching in the distance. A wave of profound, overwhelming relief washed over me, so potent it almost buckled my knees. Another car. It meant help, or at the very least, the blessed possibility of a ride to the nearest town, a sanctuary from this desolate stretch of road. I waved my arms in wide, frantic arcs, a desperate semaphore against the encroaching darkness, hoping to snag the driver's attention. The vehicle, an old, weathered pickup truck, I could now discern, slowed its pace as it drew nearer. It pulled up directly behind me, its harsh, unforgiving headlights bathing my broken-down car in a blinding, almost hostile glare. I squinted, my eyes aching, attempting to make out the driver, but could only perceive a daunting silhouette. The driver's side door creaked open, and a man stepped out. He was tall, with broad, imposing shoulders, dressed in a worn flannel shirt and faded jeans. As he approached, I could finally make him out more clearly, an older man, perhaps in his 50s, his face weathered, framed by a grizzled beard and streaks of gray in his hair. "Car trouble?" he asked, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that, surprisingly, lacked any discernible unkindness. I nodded, gesturing helplessly at the yawning maw of my open hood. "Yeah, it just died on me. I don't suppose you know anything about engines?" He chuckled, a dry, almost dusty sound, moving past me with an easy confidence to peer into the engine compartment. "Been known to tinker now and then. Let's take a look." I watched as he leaned in, his large, calloused hands moving with the assured dexterity of someone intimately familiar with the inner workings of machinery. After a few minutes, he straightened up, wiping his hands on his worn jeans. "Well, good news and bad news," he said, turning to face me, his silhouette once again obscuring his features against the truck's lights. "Good news is, I think I know what's wrong. Bad news is, it's not something I can fix out here on the side of the road." My heart, which had briefly soared, plummeted back into the pit of my stomach. "So what do I do?" He seemed to consider for a moment, the silence stretching taut between us. Then, he spoke, his voice surprisingly gentle. "Tell you what. I can give you a tow to my place. I've got a workshop there. We can take a proper look in the morning. It's not far." I hesitated, every fiber of my being, every primal instinct, screaming at me to be cautious of strangers, especially out here in this desolate, moon-shrouded wilderness. But what choice did I truly have? "That's really kind of you," I said slowly, my voice tinged with a lingering uncertainty. "Are you sure it's not too much trouble?" That's when he smiled. And something deep within my gut, an insidious, chilling premonition, twisted into a tight, agonizing knot. It wasn't an unkind smile, not precisely. But there was something profoundly off about it, something unsettling that didn't quite reach his eyes, which remained cold and distant even in the dim light. "No trouble at all," he said, that unsettling smile still plastered on his face. "Always happy to help a stranger in need." Before I could even formulate a response, he was already moving with a practiced ease, preparing to hook up my car to his formidable truck. I stood there, utterly torn between the immense relief of the offered help and a burgeoning, icy sense of profound unease that threatened to consume me. As we set off down the dark highway, me now a reluctant passenger in the cab of his truck, my broken-down car trailing behind us like a forgotten shadow, I desperately tried to quell my jangling nerves. "He's just being kind," I told myself, a desperate, fragile mantra. Not everyone has ulterior motives. We drove in a heavy, oppressive silence for a while, the only sounds the deep rumble of the truck's engine and the occasional, crackling static from the ancient radio. I watched the blurred, indistinct forms of trees flashing past outside the window, frantically trying to gauge how far we'd traveled, how much deeper into this unknown territory we were venturing. "So," he said suddenly, his voice startling me, making me jump slightly in my seat. "What brings you out this way so late?" I swallowed hard, striving to keep my voice steady, to project an air of casualness I was far from feeling. "Just heading home from a business trip. Probably should have stopped for the night, but I was eager to get back." He nodded, his eyes, like flint, never straying from the unspooling ribbon of road ahead. "Family waiting for you?" "No," I said, then instantly, profoundly regretted it. Why had I divulged that vulnerable piece of information? I mean, not immediately. My parents live nearby. He made a non-committal sound, a low grunt that seemed to echo in the confined space, and we lapsed back into a suffocating silence. I found myself glancing at him more and more frequently, my gaze lingering on the way his large hands gripped the steering wheel, the grim set of his jaw. Everything about him seemed tense, coiled like a predatory spring, ready to snap at any moment. We turned abruptly off the main road, onto a narrow, unpaved track that was barely visible in the gloom. The truck bucked and jolted violently as we made our way deeper into the dense, encroaching woods. My unease, a cold serpent, coiled tighter and tighter with each passing, treacherous minute. "It's a pretty remote out here," I said, attempting, with little success, to keep my voice light, casual. He glanced at me, and that unsettling smile, a grimace that never reached his eyes, was back. I like my privacy. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we pulled up to a small, ramshackle house, its paint peeling like sunburned skin. A detached garage, a skeletal silhouette, stood off to one side, a chaotic array of old car parts and rusty, decaying tools scattered around it. The entire dismal scene was illuminated by a single, flickering porch light, casting grotesque, dancing shadows. "Home sweet home," he said, killing the engine, the sudden silence heavier, more oppressive, than before. As we both got out of the truck, I couldn't shake the overwhelming, sickening feeling that I had made a terrible, irredeemable mistake. Everything about this nightmarish situation felt profoundly, horrifyingly wrong. "The workshop's round back," he said, his voice now devoid of any pretense of warmth, gesturing for me to follow him around the side of the house. "We'll get your car settled, then you can bunk down for the night. I've got a spare room." I followed him, my heart thundering against my ribs with such a violent force, I was convinced he must surely be able to hear its frantic, desperate rhythm. As we rounded the corner of the dilapidated house, I saw it, not a workshop, not the promised haven for my car, but a low, menacing cellar door, set ominously into the very ground. He must have sensed my sudden, horrified hesitation, because he turned, fixing me with those cold, dead eyes. "Something wrong?" I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly as dry as dust, and took an instinctive, desperate step back. I think maybe I should just call a tow truck, if you could let me use your phone." His hand shot out, a blur of motion, gripping my arm with surprising, brutal strength. Now, he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. "Don't be rude. I've brought you all this way. Least you could do is come take a look at my workshop." I tried to pull away, to wrench free from his iron-like grip, but it was useless. "Let go of me." His other hand came up, a slow, deliberate movement, and I saw the malevolent glint of metal. A knife. My blood ran instantly, terrifyingly cold. "I really wish you hadn't noticed," he said, his voice almost sadly resigned, a chilling detachedness in his tone. The polite ones are so much easier. They just follow along, right into the cellar. But you had to be difficult. I reacted on pure, primal instinct, a desperate, animalistic surge of self-preservation. I brought my knee up hard, with all the desperate force I could muster, between his legs. He grunted, a sharp, choked sound of pain, and his iron grip loosened for a fleeting, precious second, just enough for me to wrench free. I ran. I didn't care which direction, didn't care about anything but escaping. I just needed to get away. I could hear him behind me, crashing through the tangled underbrush, shouting a torrent of vile obscenities. I ran faster than I ever had in my entire life, branches whipping mercilessly at my face, unseen roots threatening to trip me with every desperate, pounding step. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like an agonizing eternity, but it could have been mere minutes. My lungs burned, searing fire in my chest, my legs ached with a deep, protesting pain, but I didn't dare stop. Finally, miraculously, I burst through the dense tree line and found myself on a road. A real, paved road. In the distance, I could discern the blessed glimmer of lights, a gas station, perhaps, or a diner. Civilization. Safety. I started walking, then jogging, then running again, spurred on by the horrifying memory of his cold, dead eyes and that terrible, chilling smile. As I reached the lights, a 24-hour diner, it turned out, a beacon in the desolate night, I finally allowed myself to stop, to draw a deep, shuddering breath. I burst through the doors, startling the lone waitress behind the counter, who looked up with wide, disbelieving eyes. "Please," I gasped, my voice raw and broken, clinging to the counter for support. "I need help. I need to call the police." The events that followed are a hazy, traumatic blur, police statements taken with grave, concerned faces, uncomfortable hospital checks, the eventual, blessed recovery of my car, abandoned by the side of the highway where I had initially broken down. They never found him. Or his ramshackle house in the woods. It was as if he'd vanished into thin air, taking all evidence of his terrifying existence with him. Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the night, I wonder if I imagine the whole horrifying ordeal. But then I'll catch a fleeting glimpse of a pickup truck on the highway, or see a man with graying hair and a scruffy beard, and my heart will lurch into a frantic, terrifying race. I don't drive alone at night anymore. I don't accept help from strangers. And I will never, ever forget the chilling lesson I learned on that dark, lonely stretch of highway. Sometimes, the real monsters aren't the grotesque creatures that lurk in the shadows. Sometimes, they're the ones that offer you a helping hand and a friendly smile. And by the time you realize the terrifying truth, it's already far, far too late. Story 4. The darkness descended, absolute and suffocating, swallowing every familiar contour of my world. In that petrifying moment, I truly comprehended how profoundly we take the simple blessing of light for granted. It had been an arduous, soul-crushing day at the office, and I had yearned for nothing more than a tranquil evening cocooned within the comforting confines of my home. I had just surrendered to the inviting plushness of my couch, a glass of robust wine nestled in my hand, my favorite dog-eared book open on my lap, when the lights flickered once, then twice, a brief, ominous dance, before plunging into a chilling, instantaneous oblivion. The sudden silence was deafening, an oppressive void where familiar sounds once hummed. No gentle thrum of the refrigerator, no comforting whir of the air conditioning, just an absolute, terrifying nothingness. I fumbled desperately for my phone, its dim, anemic light becoming my sole guide as I navigated the treacherous, invisible path to the kitchen, where I kept my emergency flashlight. As my trembling fingers rummaged through the chaotic drawer, a subtle, insidious sound made me freeze. It was faint, barely discernible over the frantic pounding of my own heart, yet utterly unmistakable. Someone was trying to open my front door. My heart rocketed into my throat, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I lived alone, perched precariously on the third floor of an venerable, creaking building. My neighbors were a quiet assortment of the elderly and young professionals, all of whom kept meticulously to themselves. Nobody should be at my door, especially not in the terrifying shroud of a blackout. I held my breath, every muscle tense, listening with an agonizing intensity. There it was again, that soft, metallic scrape. Someone was picking the lock. Panic, a cold, icy tide, surged through every vein. I frantically scanned the pitch-black kitchen, my eyes wide with desperation, searching for a weapon, anything at all I could wield to defend myself. My gaze, drawn by a desperate instinct, fell upon a heavy cast-iron skillet, hanging innocuously by the stove. I snatched it, its substantial weight, surprisingly, offering an odd, fleeting comfort in my trembling hands. The insidious sound at the door abruptly ceased. For a desperate, hopeful moment, I dared to believe that whoever it was had given up, had vanished into the suffocating darkness. But then I heard it, a soft, terrifying thud, followed by the agonizing creak of my door slowly, inexorably opening. I pressed myself against the cold, unforgiving kitchen wall, battling, with every fiber of my being, to control my ragged, desperate breathing. In the absolute, crushing darkness, I could discern nothing, yet I could hear footsteps, slow, deliberate, ominous footsteps moving through my living room. My mind raced, a frantic kaleidoscope of terrifying possibilities. Should I confront the unseen intruder, attempt to slip past them and make a desperate dash for freedom, or remain hidden, clinging to the desperate, fragile hope that they would depart without ever discovering me? The decision was brutally snatched from my grasp when I heard a floorboard groan just outside the kitchen. They were drawing closer. I gripped the heavy skillet tighter, raising it above my head, every muscle screaming with anticipation. As the ominous footsteps finally entered the kitchen, I swung with all the raw, desperate might I possessed. The satisfying, visceral thunk of iron connecting with flesh was followed by a choked grunt of pain and the sickening sound of a body hitting the floor. Without pausing, without a single second to process the horror of what I had done, I bolted for the door. I stumbled into the hallway before the chilling realization struck me. I had no idea where I was going. The entire building was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, and I didn't have my phone or keys. I could hear movement behind me, a low groan, a shifting weight. Whoever I had struck was getting up. Desperation, a searing fire in my veins, lent me an unnatural speed. I ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time, one hand desperately clutching the railing to guide me through the suffocating blackness. Behind me, I could hear heavy, relentless footsteps and labored breathing. They were following me. I burst through the stairwell door onto my floor, immediately regretting the desperate decision. The hallway was an ocean of blackness, indistinguishable from the abyss I had just escaped. I had no idea which way to go. A cold, clammy hand clamped around my ankle, and I screamed, a raw, piercing sound, kicking out blindly. My foot connected with something solid, and I heard a muffled curse, a grunt of pain. I scrambled forward on my hands and knees, my movements frantic, not caring where I was heading, only that it was away from my relentless pursuer. My hand, by sheer, desperate luck, brushed against a door frame, and I pulled myself up, pounding on the door with all my might. "Help!" I screamed, my voice raw and hoarse. "Please, somebody, help me." The chilling sound of approaching footsteps spurred me onward. I moved to the next door, then the next, pounding and screaming, a desperate, broken plea. Why wasn't anyone answering? Where was everyone? Just as utter despair threatened to consume me, a door creaked open. A faint, tremulous voice called out, "Hello? What's going on?" Relief, an overwhelming, dizzying wave, flooded through me. "Please," I gasped, my voice barely a whisper. "Let me in. Someone's after me." I felt a hand grasp my arm, pulling me with surprising strength into the safety of the apartment. The door slammed shut behind me with a resounding crash, and I heard the blessed click of a lock engaging. "Are you all right, dear?" The voice belonged to an elderly woman, her silhouette barely discernible in the dim glow emanating from a battery-powered lantern on a nearby table. Before I could even formulate a response, a fist, heavy and insistent, pounded on the door. Both of us jumped, a shared gasp of terror. "Open up!" a gruff voice demanded. "Police." My blood ran cold. Police? But how? The old woman, bless her naive heart, moved instinctively towards the door, but I grabbed her arm, my fingers digging in. "Wait," I whispered, the word laced with a desperate urgency. "I don't think they're really police." She hesitated, her eyes, even in the dim light, wide with uncertainty, then nodded slowly. "Who is it?" she called out, her voice trembling slightly. "Ma'am, this is the police. We're investigating a disturbance. Please open the door." There was a pause, a long, agonizing beat of silence, then the distinct sound of something sliding under the door. The old woman bent down, her movements slow, and picked up what looked like a badge. My heart sank, a leaden weight in my chest. Maybe I had made a terrible mistake. Maybe I had attacked a real police officer in my frantic, terror-fueled panic. The woman studied the badge, her gaze flickering between it and my terrified face. "It looks real," she whispered, her voice barely audible. I nodded, a wave of crushing defeat washing over me. "Okay," I said softly, resignation heavy in my tone. "Open it." As she reached for the lock, a sudden, blinding thought, a desperate, last-ditch gamble, struck me. "Wait," I hissed, grabbing her arm again, more fiercely this time. "Ask him something only a real cop would know." She nodded, a flicker of understanding in her eyes, then called out, her voice stronger now, "Officer, what's the non-emergency number for our precinct?" There was a long, agonizing pause. Too long. Then, the gruff voice, now devoid of any pretense, snarled, "Ma'am, please open the door immediately, or we'll be forced to break it down." The old woman's eyes widened in dawning, horrifying realization. She recoiled from the door, grabbing my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, and pulled me towards what I assumed was her bedroom. The pounding on the door intensified, a thunderous assault, accompanied by the chilling sound of splintering wood. They were breaking in. We huddled in the bedroom, The old woman fumbling frantically with her cell phone. "I'm calling 911, she whispered, her voice tight with fear. I nodded, my eyes fixed, unblinking, on the flimsy bedroom door. I could hear them in the apartment now, the crash of overturned furniture, their heavy footsteps drawing inexorably closer. The old woman's hushed voice seemed impossibly loud as she spoke to the 911 operator, and I prayed, with every fiber of my being, that it wouldn't betray our hiding place. The bedroom door burst open, splintering inward with a violent crash. Two menacing figures stood silhouetted against the faint, spectral light from the living room. One was tall and broad, a hulking shadow. The other shorter, but undeniably stocky. Neither resembled any police officer I had ever encountered. Well, the taller one rasped, his voice the same gruff, chilling one from earlier. Looks like we found ourselves a little party, the old woman screamed, a high, piercing sound, dropping her phone with a clatter. I frantically scanned the room, desperately searching for a weapon, anything at all to defend ourselves. Suddenly, miraculously, a blinding light flooded the room. We all froze, momentarily stunned, caught like deer in headlights. Police. Don't move. Real police officers, a sudden, blessed torrent of them, poured into the room, quickly, efficiently subduing the two intruders. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the overwhelming return of light, I saw that power had, by some divine intervention, been restored to the building. The next few hours passed in a disorienting blur of police statements and paramedic checkups. It turned out the two men were indeed part of a gang that had been ruthlessly exploiting blackouts to rob apartments, posing as police officers to gain entry. As I sat in the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over my shivering shoulders, I couldn't help but marvel at the dizzying speed with which everything had changed. One moment, I had been enjoying a quiet, peaceful evening at home. The next, I was fighting, desperately, for my very life in the suffocating darkness. The elderly woman, Mrs. Chen, one learned, came over to check on me. "Are you all right, dear?" she asked, her voice gentle, her hand patting mine with a comforting lightness. I nodded, managing a weak, tremulous smile. "Thanks to you," I said, my voice still hoarse. "If you hadn't let me in," she waved off my heartfelt thanks. "You would have done the same for me," she said, her eyes twinkling. "That's what neighbors are for." As I watched the police cars drive away, their red and blue lights painting the street in fleeting, spectral flashes, a profound realization dawned upon me. The darkness hadn't just been about the terrifying absence of light. It had been about the paralyzing fear, the chilling uncertainty, the crushing feeling of being utterly, terrifyingly alone. But even in that profound darkness, there had been a glimmer of light, the unexpected kindness of a stranger, the raw courage to fight back, the desperate, fragile hope that help would, somehow, come. I may never feel completely safe in the dark again, but I will always remember that even in the most profound, terrifying moments, there's always a chance for light to break through. You just have to be brave enough to look for it. Story 5. The camera was so impossibly small, a minuscule eye nestled within the ornate stonework, that I almost missed it. But once my gaze snagged on its malevolent gleam, the truth, cold and unyielding, slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. Our perfect vacation, a dream meticulously crafted from months of longing and penny pinching, had curdled into a chilling, inescapable nightmare. Sarah, my beloved wife, and I had endured endless months of soul-crushing overtime and meticulous budgeting, all for this singular escape. We had finally amassed enough for a glorious week at an exclusive, secluded beachfront property, a shimmering mirage of paradise culled from glossy brochures. The online photographs had been breathtaking, pristine stretches of white sand that seemed to hum with silent invitation, water so crystal clear it shimmered like polished sapphire, and a modern, minimalist villa that looked plucked from the pages of an architectural magazine. When we finally arrived, the reality surpassed even the lavish promise of the pictures. Miguel, the property manager, a local with a perpetually affable smile, greeted us with an almost unsettling warmth. He led us on a grand tour, his voice a melodic accompaniment as he highlighted every opulent amenity, the shimmering infinity pool that seemed to merge with the horizon, the state-of-the-art gourmet kitchen, the cavernous master bedroom with its own private, sprawling balcony overlooking the cerulean expanse. Sarah squeezed my hand, her eyes shining with an almost childlike wonder and unadulterated excitement. We were both silently articulating the same thought, the same ecstatic realization: this is paradise. The first couple of days unfurled like a glorious dream. We swam languidly in the impossibly warm ocean, surrendered to the sun's golden caress by the inviting pool, and watched spectacular, fiery sunsets paint the sky from the sanctuary of our private balcony. In the evenings, we'd orchestrate culinary delights together in the gleaming gourmet kitchen, our laughter echoing freely, our conversations flowing effortlessly, as if years of accumulated stress had simply vanished into the salty night air. The oppressive weight of our daily lives, the relentless demands of our careers, seemed a million miles away, an insignificant whisper on the wind. It was on the third night that the first insidious tendrils of unease began to coil around us. We had just finished a delectable dinner, the last vestiges of our shared meal being cleared, when Sarah paused, a strange, perplexed expression clouding her features. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her head tilted slightly, acutely listening. I stopped, every sense straining, listening intently. At first, I discerned nothing but the soft, rhythmic hum of the air conditioning, a comforting, familiar sound. Then, faintly, a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor in the air. I caught it, a low, mechanical hum. It was so quiet, so subtle, that I might have dismissed it entirely had the house not been cloaked in such a profound, expectant stillness. "Probably just the fridge," I offered with a dismissive shrug, a weak attempt at rationalization. But even as the words left my mouth, a cold certainty settled in my gut: that wasn't it. "It sounds like a camera," Sarah whispered, her eyes, wide with sudden apprehension, meeting mine. "It sounds like a camera zooming." I attempted a nervous laugh, a forced, brittle sound that dissolved in the silent tension, but the insidious hum had unsettling me too. We spent the next hour meticulously searching the kitchen and living room, our flashlights cutting through the deepening shadows, desperately seeking the source of the elusive noise. We found nothing. But the burgeoning unease, a cold, creeping sensation, lingered, a phantom presence in the seemingly perfect villa. That night, as we lay in the vast, unfamiliar bed, a suffocating feeling of being perpetually watched settled over me. Every shadow seemed to write with sinister intent, every creak and groan of the old house echoed with ominous portent. Sarah tossed and turned beside me, her restless movements a clear testament to her equally disturbed state. The following morning, we desperately tried to banish the growing dread, to convince ourselves it was merely the product of overactive imaginations. We were being paranoid, we told ourselves, a desperate mantra. This was our dream vacation. We shouldn't let some weird noise ruin it. But as the day dragged on, the subtle oddities began to accumulate, a chilling tally of unsettling discrepancies. The villa, which had initially seemed an epitome of perfection, now felt subtly, unnervingly wrong. The artwork on the pristine walls seemed to have shifted its position, an almost imperceptible displacement. Items we were certain we had left in one precise spot inexplicably materialized in another. And always, that faint, insidious mechanical hum, just at the very periphery of hearing, a constant, unsettling reminder of unseen eyes. It was while I was showering that evening, the cascading water a temporary shield against the growing dread, that I finally saw it. As I reached for the shampoo, a glint of something metallic, impossibly small, caught my eye. There, almost perfectly concealed within the decorative stonework that framed the shower head, was a tiny, malevolent camera lens. My blood ran instantly, terrifyingly cold. I stood there, frozen, the warm water cascading over my numb body, as the full, horrifying implications of the discovery crashed over me. If there was one camera here, how many others were there? How long had we been watched? And by whom? I didn't immediately shatter Sarah's fragile peace with the horrifying revelation. I needed to be absolutely certain, to confirm the full, insidious extent of the invasion. So, while she was engrossed in a book on the balcony, oblivious to the terror unfolding, I conducted a meticulous, agonizing sweep of the entire house. What I discovered made me want to retch. They were everywhere. Tiny, insidious cameras, expertly hidden in the most innocuous places, nestled within light fixtures, tucked behind air vents, even embedded within the digital clock on our bedside table. Our entire stay, every private, intimate moment, had been meticulously recorded, every vulnerable interaction cruelly exposed. When I finally told Sarah, her face went utterly, sickeningly pale. "We have to leave," she whispered, her voice a fragile, trembling thread. "Now." But as we frantically began to pack, tossing clothes haphazardly into suitcases, a new, horrifying thought, a chilling tendril of fear, snaked into my mind. What if they didn't want us to leave? What if whoever was behind this decided to prevent our escape? As if in grotesque answer to my unspoken, escalating fear, we heard the unmistakable sound of the front door opening downstairs. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed through the house, far too ponderous to be Miguel's. Sarah's eyes, wide with unadulterated panic, met mine. I put a trembling finger to my lips, then pointed a desperate, silent command towards the balcony. She nodded, a flicker of horrified understanding in her eyes. As quietly as humanly possible, our movements a synchronized dance of desperate stealth, we slipped outside and, with the terrifying agility we didn't know we possessed, climbed down the trellis to the soft, welcoming sand of the beach below. We ran along the shoreline, our bare feet sinking agonizingly into the soft, yielding sand, our progress frustratingly slow. Behind us, from the now ominous villa, I heard shouts, raw and angry. They had discovered our escape. There. Sarah gasped, her voice choked with exertion, pointing a desperate finger towards a small, weathered boathouse further down the beach. We sprinted towards it, pure, unadulterated desperation lending us a speed born of terror. The boathouse, miraculously, was unlocked. Thank God. We slipped inside, our eyes struggling desperately to adjust to the suffocating darkness within. The overpowering scent of salt water and ancient, decaying wood filled my nostrils as I fumbled frantically for something, anything, we could use to defend ourselves. My hand, by some divine intervention, closed around what felt like a heavy oar. Just as my fingers tightened around the rough wood, the boathouse door burst open with a violent crash. A large, hulking man filled the doorway, his face a shadowed, indistinct blur against the faint light outside. Now, he said, his voice deceptively calm, a low, unsettling rumble. Let's not do anything hasty. Why don't you come back to the house? We can talk about this. Stay back. I shouted, brandishing the heavy oar, its weight suddenly reassuring in my trembling hands. Sarah pressed herself against me, a small, trembling bird caught in a storm. The man sighed, a sound of almost comical exasperation, as if we were merely misbehaving children. I'm afraid I can't do that, he said, his voice losing its veneer of calm. You see, you've witnessed something you shouldn't have. We can't just let you leave. He took a deliberate step forward. I swung the oar with all my might, a desperate, wild arc, connecting solidly with his shoulder. He grunted in pain, a sharp, choked sound, and stumbled back, giving us the precious opening we so desperately needed. We burst out of the boathouse, running blindly down the beach, our only compass the desperate need to escape. I could hear pursuit behind us, angry shouts and the pounding rhythm of running feet. Up ahead, a beacon of hope, I saw lights. Another villa, this one clearly occupied. Our only chance. We pounded on the door, gasping for breath, our lungs screaming in protest. An older couple, their faces etched with concern, opened the door, their eyes widening in shock at our disheveled, terrified appearance. Please, Sarah managed between desperate gulps of air, we need help. Someone's after us. The couple, their kindness a balm to our shattered nerves, immediately ushered us inside, locking the door firmly behind us. The woman, introducing herself as Linda, gently led us to their couch while her husband, Tom, immediately called the police. As we waited, huddled together on their plush couch, I could see shadowy figures moving on the beach outside. They lingered for a while, spectral forms against the darkness, then, as the mournful wail of approaching sirens filled the air, they melted away into the inky blackness. The next few hours were a disorienting blur of police statements and probing questions. It turned out we weren't the first victims. The villa, our paradise, had been ruthlessly used for years to spy on unsuspecting vacationers, the intimate footage cruelly sold to the highest bidder on the dark web. Miguel, the seemingly friendly property manager, was arrested. He had been the inside man, the orchestrator, meticulously setting up the hidden cameras and managing the technical side of the insidious operation. The hulking man who had chased us, however, was never apprehended. As we sat in the sterile police station, waiting for our flight home to be arranged, Sarah leaned her head heavily on my shoulder. I keep thinking, she said softly, her voice fragile, about all the moments we had there. Our talks, our laughter, even our intimate moments. None of it was really ours, was it? They stole it all. I wrapped my arm around her, pulling her close, clinging to her warm. No, I said firmly, my voice resolute, they might have recorded it, but they can't take the memories from us. Those are ours. Always. She nodded, but I could feel her trembling against me. I knew, with a crushing certainty, that it would be a long, arduous time before either of us felt truly safe again. As we boarded our flight home the next day, I couldn't help but glance back at the island from the vantage point of the sky. From up here, it still looked like an idyllic paradise. But now, I knew the chilling truth. Sometimes, the most beautiful, inviting places hide the ugliest, most depraved secrets. I don't know if we'll ever take another vacation like that again. The fundamental trust we once had in the world, in the inherent goodness of humanity, has been irrevocably shaken to its core. But as I sat there, holding Sarah's hand tightly as the plane finally lifted off, I made a silent, solemn promise. Whatever came next, whatever new challenges we faced, we would face them together. They might have stolen our privacy, but they couldn't steal our love. And in the end, that, I realized, was the one precious thing no camera could ever truly capture. Story 6. I never imagined a simple, unassuming brown package could irrevocably shatter the quiet monotony of my life. But as I stood there, clutching the unmarked parcel in my trembling hand, I had no inkling of the insidious danger I had just unwittingly invited into my world. It was meant to be a routine business trip, 3 predictable days in a mid-range hotel, attending a conference I'd endured a dozen times before. Nothing exhilarating, nothing out of the ordinary, just another unremarkable blip in the relentless drone of my corporate existence. I checked in late, the setting sun painting the sky in weary hues of orange and purple as I dragged my scuffed suitcase down the plush, carpeted hallway to my assigned room. The key card beeped, the lock clicked with a reassuring snap, and I pushed open the heavy door, my entire being yearning to collapse onto the bed and surrender to the blessed convenience of room service. That's when my gaze snagged on it, a small, unassuming brown package, sitting innocuously on the floor just inside the doorway. At first, I dismissed it as trivial. Probably just some forgotten hotel promotional material, I mused, a fleeting thought. But as I bent to retrieve it, a cold, inexplicable shiver traced a serpentine path down my spine. The package wasn't addressed to the room number, nor was it generically marked guest. It bore a name that was undeniably, unsettlingly, not mine. I stood there, the mysterious package clutched in my hand, suddenly adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Should I dutifully take it to the front desk, explain the obvious mix-up? Or simply leave it where I found it, an anonymous anomaly? My ingrained sense of propriety wrestled with a burgeoning, almost irresistible curiosity. Curiosity, that insidious, whispering siren, ultimately won. I set my suitcase down with a quiet thud and closed the door, the click of the latch echoing in the sudden silence of the room. Then, I carried the lightweight package over to the desk. Whatever secrets it held, it couldn't have weighed more than a few ounces. There was no return address, no hint of its origin, just the name, Michael Brennan. I don't know what possessed me to breach its anonymity. Perhaps it was the crushing fatigue from a long day of relentless travel, or the 3 extra cups of bitter airplane coffee I'd consumed. Perhaps it was simply that relentless, nagging urge to know, to unravel the tantalizing thread of mystery. Whatever the catalyst, I found my fingers carefully, deliberately peeling back the brown paper, revealing a stark, plain white envelope nestled within. My heart, an erratic drum against my ribs, pounded with a strange mix of apprehension and exhilaration as I slid my finger under the flap, breaking the crisp seal. Inside lay a single, folded sheet of paper and a small, unassuming USB drive. The paper was densely covered in what appeared to be random strings of numbers and letters, a bewildering tapestry of gibberish. Some kind of code, perhaps. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. The USB drive was equally nondescript, just a basic, matte black stick with no identifying marks whatsoever. I sat there for a long, heavy moment, my gaze fixed on the perplexing contents of the envelope. This, unequivocally, was not meant for me. My rational mind screamed that I should gather it all, take it straight to the front desk, meticulously explain the mix-up. That would be the right thing to do. Instead, almost against my will, I found myself reaching for my laptop. I rationalized it, a flimsy self-deception. I was just going to check if there was any identifying information on the drive, something, anything, that would help me return it to its rightful owner. But deep down, in the core of my being, I knew I was lying to myself. The moment I plugged in the drive, a window instantly popped up, overflowing with files upon files, all bearing names that meant absolutely nothing to my bewildered mind. TPS 2207 doc, Atlas Final. PDF, IMG Zozo 98 JPG. My cursor hovered, a hesitant, trembling finger, over one of the document files. Just one look, I told myself, just to see what this is all about. I double-clicked. The document that unfurled before my eyes made my blood run instantly, terrifyingly cold. It was some kind of financial report, but the numbers they were utterly astronomical. Billions of dollars, unfathomable sums, shifting with bewildering speed between accounts I had never, ever heard of. And at the very bottom, a name, stark and undeniable, that I did recognize. Senator James McAllister. My mind reeled, a frantic vortex of disbelief. What was this? Some kind of secret slush fund? Undeniable evidence of corruption on a staggering scale? I compulsively opened another file, then another, each click revealing more damning, horrifying information, offshore accounts, labyrinthine shell companies, bribes paid and received with brazen impunity. It was like stumbling, wide-eyed and unprepared, into the very heart of a massive, clandestine conspiracy. I was so utterly engrossed, so completely consumed by the chilling revelations unfolding before me, that I almost missed the sound. A soft, almost imperceptible click, barely audible over the monotonous hum of the air conditioning. But it was enough. Enough to make me freeze, my fingers hovering, paralyzed, above the keyboard. Someone was at the door. I snapped the laptop shut with a violent click, yanking out the USB drive with a frantic tug. I shoved the drive and the incriminating envelope deep into my pocket, the fabric rustling ominously. My heart was pounding so hard, a frantic drum in my chest, I could feel its violent rhythm thrumming in my throat. The doorknob jiggled, a small, terrifying tremor. Then came a knock. Firm. Insistent. Housekeeping, a voice called out, muffled through the door. But something about it was profoundly, terribly wrong. Too gruff. Too forceful. Not the soft, deferential tone of a hotel maid. I didn't respond, holding my breath, clinging to the desperate hope that they would assume the room was empty and simply move on. But the knocking came again, louder this time, a thunderous assault. "Open up!" the voice demanded, all pretense of polite housekeeping brutally abandoned. "We know you're in there." Panic, a cold, tidal wave, surged through every vein, chilling me to the bone. Who were they? How did they know I possessed the package? My eyes darted frantically around the room, desperately seeking an escape route. The window? No, I was on the 10th floor, a suicidal leap. The bathroom? A dead end, a trap. The chilling sound of a key card being swiped, a sharp, metallic whisper, made my desperate decision for me. I snatched my suitcase, a futile shield, and bolted for the closet, squeezing myself inside just as the door burst open with a resounding crash. Through the narrow slats in the closet door, I could discern two men entering the room. They were dressed casually, deceptively normal, but something in their taut posture, their predatory stillness, screamed danger. One of them immediately gravitated to the desk where my laptop still sat, its lid a dark, silent witness. "It's been accessed," he rasped, his voice low and guttural with barely contained rage. The other man cursed, a low, savage sound. "Search the room. He can't have gone far." I held my breath, every muscle screaming with tension, as they tore through the small room, a whirlwind of destruction. They checked under the bed, in the bathroom, even ventured onto the balcony, their movements swift and brutal. I was utterly convinced they would find me at any moment, my thundering heartbeat, a frantic drum, surely betraying my hiding place. But somehow, miraculously, in a twist of fate I couldn't comprehend, they didn't check the closet. After what felt like an agonizing eternity, but was probably only mere minutes, I heard them leave, the door slamming shut behind them with a definitive, chilling thud. I waited another agonizing 5 minutes, each second stretching into an unbearable eternity, before I dared to move. When I finally emerged from the closet, my legs were trembling so violently, I could barely stand. I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that I couldn't remain here. Whoever those men were, they would undoubtedly return. I had to get out. Had to find somewhere safe. But where? I was stranded in a strange, sprawling city, with no idea who I could possibly trust. For all I knew, the hotel staff, the very people sworn to protect me, were in on it. The police? But what if they too were corrupt, their loyalties bought and paid for? My mind raced, a frantic, desperate kaleidoscope of terrifying possibilities, as I grabbed my meager belongings and slipped, a spectral shadow, out of the room. I opted for the stairs instead of the elevator, a paranoid precaution, terrified of being trapped in such a small, confined space with an unseen threat. Every subtle sound made me jump, every elongated shadow seemed to writhe into a potential, lurking menace. I made it to the lobby without incident, forcing myself to adopt an air of casual nonchalance as I walked briskly, with a desperate purpose, toward the exit. I was almost there when I heard a guttural shout behind me. "There he is." I didn't look back. I simply ran. Out into the chaotic, vibrant street, dodging bewildered pedestrians and ignoring the angry honks from cars as I darted wildly through the unpredictable flow of traffic. I had no plan, no destination etched in my mind. I just knew, with a desperate, primal certainty, that I had to keep moving. I ran until my lungs burned, a searing fire in my chest, and my legs felt like unstable jelly. Finally, mercifully, I ducked into a dark, welcoming alley, leaning heavily against a cool, damp wall as I gasped for air, my body racked with desperate, shuddering sobs. What had I gotten myself into? As my breathing slowly, agonizingly, returned to something resembling normal, I realized, with a jolt, that I still possessed the USB drive and the coded paper, tucked deep within my pocket. Whatever secrets were concealed on this tiny piece of plastic, they were significant enough that people were willing to kill for them. I couldn't go to the police, not without first knowing who, if anyone, I could truly trust. I couldn't go home. That would undoubtedly be the very first place they'd look. I desperately needed help, but from whom? Then it hit me. A name, a face, a desperate beacon of hope. My college roommate, Alex. He worked in cybersecurity now. If anyone could make sense of what was contained on this enigmatic drive, it would be him. I found a dimly lit, 24-hour internet cafe, its air thick with the scent of stale coffee and desperation, and sent Alex an encrypted message, a cryptic plea for help using a code we'd meticulously devised in college. Then, with a chilling sense of purpose, I bought a burner phone and a bus ticket to his city. As I sat on the bus, watching the city lights slowly, mournfully fade into the vast, indifferent distance, I couldn't help but marvel, with a grim, detached fascination, at how drastically my entire life had been irrevocably altered in just a few harrowing hours. This morning, I had been a normal, unassuming guy embarking on a boring business trip. Now, I was a desperate fugitive, on the run, carrying secrets that powerful, dangerous people would undoubtedly kill for. I had no idea what terrifying events would unfold next. I had no idea if I'd ever be able to reclaim the comforting predictability of my old life. But I knew one thing with an unyielding certainty: I was in this now, for better or for worse. And I had to see it through, to its very bitter end. The package that was never meant for me had become my terrifying responsibility. And somehow, some way, I had to unravel its deadly purpose. As the bus rumbled relentlessly on through the inky blackness of the night, I clutched my bag close to my chest, feeling the insidious weight of the USB drive in my pocket. It felt like it weighed a ton, this tiny, insignificant piece of plastic that had so violently, so utterly, turned my entire world upside down. Whatever chilling events awaited me, I knew one thing for certain: nothing would ever be the same again. Story 7. The office had been a relentless, soul-crushing vortex that day, one of those shifts where every conceivable malfunction conspired to bring you to your knees. By the time I finally clocked out, the digital display on my phone screamed well past midnight, and a profound, bone-deep exhaustion had settled in every weary fiber of my being. The mere thought of navigating the labyrinthine public transit system at this ungodly hour was an unbearable burden, a challenge too formidable for my frayed nerves. So, in a decision born of desperation and the pervasive convenience of modern life, I did what any sensible person in 2025 would do. I unlocked my ride-share app and requested a car. The app chirped cheerfully, a stark contrast to my weary mood, informing me that my driver, a man named Carlos, would be arriving in a sleek, midnight blue sedan in a mere 3 minutes. I trudged to the curb, the cool night air, a refreshing balm, beginning to dissipate some of the lingering fog from my overworked brain. Right on schedule, a car precisely matching the description glided to a silent stop beside me. I double-checked the license plate against the app, a perfect match. So far, so good. Evening, the driver murmured as I slid into the welcoming darkness of the back seat. Long night? I mumbled an affirmative, too utterly spent for the polite charade of small talk. He offered a brief, understanding nod, a fleeting glance in the rearview mirror, and pulled smoothly away from the curb. I leaned my head against the cool glass of the window, watching the city lights blur into streaks of vibrant color, my mind already drifting, anticipating the blessed oblivion of my bed. It wasn't until about 10 minutes into the ride that an insidious, prickling sensation began to worm its way into my consciousness. The route we were taking felt subtly, inexplicably wrong. I sat up straighter, my posture suddenly rigid, peering frantically out the window, desperately trying to orient myself. "Excuse me," I said, my voice, unnaturally loud in the quiet confines of the car, seemed to crack with a burgeoning unease. "I think we might be going the wrong way." The driver glanced at me in the rearview mirror. In the dim, ambient glow of the dashboard lights, I couldn't quite discern his expression, his features a shadowed enigma. "Just taking a shortcut," he said smoothly, his voice devoid of any inflection. "Don't worry, I know these streets like the back of my hand." Something in his tone, a subtle, chilling flatness, made the fine hairs on the back of my neck stand erect in a sudden, prickling dread. I instinctively reached for my phone, intending to pull up my map app, a digital lifeline. That's when the second jolt of terror struck. No signal. My heart rate, a frantic, desperate drum, kicked up a notch. I tried, with every fiber of my being, to remain calm, to rationalize it as mere paranoia, an overactive imagination fueled by exhaustion. But as the unfamiliar streets continued to unspool before us, a terrifying, endless tapestry of wrong turns, my unease metastasized into a full-blown, Arctic terror. "I really think we're going the wrong way," I reiterated, my voice firmer this time, though the tremor was undeniable. "Could you please just follow the GPS?" He didn't respond. Instead, with a deliberate, unnerving slowness, he reached over and pressed a button on the dashboard. I heard the ominous, sickening click of the doors locking. Panic, cold and raw, surged through me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated fear. This couldn't be happening. This was the stuff of urban legends, the chilling whispers of late-night talk shows, not the grim reality of my mundane life. Not my life. "Let me out," I demanded, my voice shaking uncontrollably despite my desperate attempt to sound authoritative. "Stop the car right now." He laughed. A low, unsettling sound, utterly devoid of any humor, that seemed to congeal the blood in my veins. "I'm afraid I can't do that," he said, all pretense of friendliness, all semblance of a normal rideshare driver, brutally stripped away from his voice. "We've got somewhere to be, you and I." I lunged for the door handle, yanking it frantically, desperately, but it wouldn't budge. The child safety locks, a cruel irony, were engaged. I was trapped. My mind raced, a frantic kaleidoscope of desperate, futile escape plans. I could try to grab the steering wheel, force us off the road, but at the terrifying speed we were hurtling, that would almost certainly end in catastrophic disaster for both of us. I fumbled desperately in my pockets, a frantic search for anything at all, I could use as a weapon. My keys, my phone, a simple pen from work, all seemed woefully, pathetically inadequate against a man who clearly held all the terrifying cards. "Where are you taking me?" I asked, my voice a strained whisper, desperate to keep it steady. Perhaps if I could just get him talking, I could find a way to reason with him, to appeal to some hidden sliver of humanity. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound that scraped against my raw nerves. "Curious, aren't you? Don't worry. You'll find out soon enough." We were leaving the city now, the comforting, familiar glow of urban lights fading rapidly in the rearview mirror. The concrete buildings had given way to vast, empty fields and scattered, skeletal trees. My chances of escape, I realized with a sickening lurch, were dwindling with every passing mile, every pulse of the engine. In a desperate, last-ditch effort, I decided to try appealing to his humanity, a fragile hope against the encroaching despair. "Please," I said, hating the pleading, pathetic note that had crept into my voice, but too utterly desperate to care. "I have a family. People will be looking for me." For a fleeting, agonizing moment, I thought I saw his expression soften in the rearview mirror, a flicker of something resembling remorse. But then, as quickly as it appeared, his face hardened again, becoming an impenetrable mask. "Should have thought of that before, shouldn't you?" "Before what?" I wanted to scream, to demand an explanation, but the words were a suffocating lump in my throat. What could I possibly have done to deserve this nightmare? As if reading my terrified, unspoken question, he spoke again, his voice a chilling monotone. "You people. You think you can just go about your lives, never considering the consequences of your actions. Well, tonight's the night those consequences catch up with you." My mind whirled, a frantic, desperate attempt to make sense of his chilling, cryptic words. What actions? What consequences? I was just an ordinary person, living an ordinary life. I hadn't done anything to warrant this, or had I? In my mounting panic, my mind began to conjure every minor transgression, every small, forgotten act of unkindness I'd ever committed. Had I cut someone off in traffic without realizing? Said something insensitive that I'd long since forgotten? Was this some twisted, cosmic retribution for all my small, insignificant sins? The rational part of my brain, a small, fragile voice in the rising tide of panic, screamed that this was utterly ridiculous. Whatever was unfolding, it wasn't about karma or cosmic justice. This man was disturbed, dangerous, and I was in very real, very imminent peril. We had been driving for what felt like an eternity, though my watch, a cruel arbiter of reality, stubbornly insisted it had only been about 45 agonizing minutes. The landscape outside had undergone a dramatic, unsettling transformation, becoming more rugged, more isolated, a desolate expanse. We were climbing now, the road winding relentlessly upward into hills I didn't recognize, dark, spectral forms against the moonless sky. Suddenly, the car slowed, turning abruptly onto a dirt road, barely visible in the encroaching gloom. My heart, which had been racing a frantic, relentless marathon the entire time, now felt like it might burst from my chest. This was it. Whatever twisted plan he had concocted for me, we had reached our terrifying destination. The car came to a complete stop in front of what looked like an ancient, decaying barn, its silhouette a grotesque monster against the sky. The driver turned off the engine, and for a long, agonizing moment, we sat in total, oppressive silence. I could hear my own ragged, desperate breathing, impossibly loud in the confined space. "We're here," he said, his voice unsettlingly, terrifyingly calm. "Now, you're going to get out of the car nice and slow. Any sudden moves, and things will get very unpleasant for you. Understand?" I nodded mutely, my mouth too dry, too constricted by terror, to form any words. He got out first, then, with a deliberate, chilling movement, opened my door. As I stepped out on shaky legs, the cold, biting night air hit me like a physical slap, a brutal awakening. It made everything feel more real, more immediate. This wasn't a nightmare I could simply wake up from. This was happening. He gripped my arm, his fingers digging in painfully, brutally, as he steered me towards the gaping maw of the barn. The door creaked ominously, a sound like a tortured scream, as he pushed it open. Inside, it was pitch black, a suffocating void. I could smell the damp, earthy scent of moldering hay and something else, something metallic and sickeningly sweet. As my eyes slowly, agonizingly, adjusted to the oppressive darkness, I could make out indistinct shapes, old, rusted farm equipment, stacks of precarious crates, and something else, something that looked disturbingly like a crude chair with restraints. "Sit," he commanded, his voice a low growl, shoving me towards the chair. As he busied himself with securing my wrists and ankles, his movements chillingly practiced, efficient, a horrifying testament to his experience, my mind worked overtime, a frantic, desperate scramble. There had to be a way out of this. There had to be. "Why are you doing this?" I managed to croak out, my voice barely a whisper, a desperate, pathetic plea. He paused in his work, looking at me with an expression I couldn't quite decipher in the dim, spectral light filtering through a single, grimy window. Was it anger? Sadness? Regret? "Because someone has to," he said finally, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "Someone has to make you all see." "See what?" I asked, desperate to keep him talking, to delay whatever unspeakable horror he had planned. He stepped back, regarding me silently for a long, agonizing moment. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a photo. He held it up in front of my face. It was a picture of a young woman, smiling brightly at the camera, her face radiating joy. She looked vaguely, hauntingly familiar, but in my terror-stricken state, I couldn't quite place her. "This is my daughter," he said, his voice suddenly tight with raw, unbearable emotion. Or rather, this was my daughter. She's dead now. Killed by a drunk driver who was using a ride-share app. The chilling pieces began to slot into place, forming a grotesque, horrifying puzzle. The familiar face in the photo, I had seen it on the news months ago. A tragic accident, they had called it. But it wasn't the driver's fault, not really, he continued, his voice laced with a bitter, venomous rage. It was the company's. They knew he had a history of DUIs, but they let him drive anyway. And people like you just keep using these apps, never thinking about the risks, never holding them accountable. I wanted to argue, to defend myself, to scream that I was just a passenger, a consumer, but what could I possibly say? He wasn't entirely wrong. We all knew the risks, the inherent dangers, but we chose convenience over safety, every single day. "So now," he said, his voice hardening, each word a chilling pronouncement, "you're going to help me send a message. We're going to make them see. Make them understand the true cost of their negligence." As he turned away, presumably to retrieve whatever gruesome tools he planned to use for his twisted, vengeful message, I felt a desperate, frantic surge of adrenaline. This was it. My last, fleeting chance. I threw my weight to the side, a violent, desperate movement, toppling the rickety chair. The impact sent shockwaves of searing pain through my body, but I ignored it. Every nerve focused on the sound I had just heard, the sharp, satisfying crack of old, dry wood giving way. One of the chair legs had broken. My left hand was free. He whirled around at the sudden, jarring noise, his eyes blazing with renewed fury. But I was already moving. I yanked my hand free of the loosened restraint and, with a desperate, seizing grip, grabbed the broken chair leg. As he lunged towards me, a predatory beast, I swung with all my desperate might. The raw wood connected with his temple with a sickening, wet thud. He crumpled to the ground, a heavy, lifeless heap, motionless. With shaking, trembling hands, I managed to free myself from the remaining, still tight restraints. I checked his pulse, a tentative, fearful touch, still alive, but unconscious. I had no idea how long it would last. I ran, a terrified animal, to his car, whispering a desperate prayer to whatever deity might be listening that he had, by some divine intervention, left the keys in the ignition. As I sped down the dirt road, the tires spitting gravel, a triumphant, desperate cry escaping my lips, I finally got a signal on my phone. I called 911, my voice trembling, breaking, as I tried to explain what had happened, where I was. It wasn't until I saw the flashing, comforting lights of the police cars, a beacon of salvation against the encroaching dawn, that I finally allowed myself to break down. The tears came, great, heaving sobs, a deluge of raw, unadulterated emotion, as the horrifying reality of what I had just escaped slammed into me with crushing force. As I gave my statement to the police, my voice still raw, my body still shaking, I couldn't help but think about the man's chilling words. About consequences and accountability. About the seemingly innocuous choices we make every single day without a second thought. I knew, with a profound, unshakable certainty, that after tonight, I would never, ever be the same. I would never again take my safety for granted, not for a single second. And I would never, ever forget how terrifyingly close I came to becoming just another statistic, another tragic, fleeting story on the evening news. The ride that was supposed to take me home had instead taken me on a horrifying journey to the darkest, most depraved edges of humanity and back. And now, as I watched the first fragile rays of the sun begin to paint the sky, I knew I had been given a second chance. A chance to live more consciously, more responsibly. A chance I was utterly determined not to waste. Story 8. The moment I saw that screen flicker, a malevolent pulse in the oppressive quiet, a cold certainty solidified in my gut, something was terribly, irrevocably wrong. But by then, it was already far, far too late to turn back from the precipice I stood upon. It was just another late night at the sprawling, sterile office of Crimson Global, or so I desperately, foolishly, thought. As a junior analyst at this multinational behemoth, a colossal entity with its insidious tendrils gripping every conceivable industry from bleeding-edge tech to shadowy pharmaceuticals, burning the midnight oil wasn't just a habit. It was practically etched into my job description. But this night, this specific, chilling night, was a sinister anomaly. This night would shatter everything. I had been hunched over quarterly reports for what felt like an eternity, my eyes gritty, burning, and my brain a fuzzy, overtaxed mess from the endless, relentless parade of numbers. The entire office, usually a buzzing hive of ambition and stressed energy, was eerily quiet, an oppressive silence broken only by the soft, almost imperceptible hum of server racks and the occasional, distant metallic scrape of the cleaning crew's carts. I decided to grant myself a brief reprieve, stretching my arms above my head, a deep, satisfying yawn escaping my lips. That's when it snagged my attention, a faint, irregular flashing, a disturbing strobe, emanating from the security office, a glass-encased cube down the deserted hall. Curious, and profoundly grateful for any distraction from my mind-numbing task, I decided to investigate. The security office door was slightly ajar, which itself was an odd, unsettling deviation from protocol. As I approached, a prickle of unease beginning to crawl up my neck, I could clearly discern the bank of monitors inside, each displaying a different, mundane part of the building. But one screen, one single, malevolent screen, kept flickering, switching rapidly, violently, between disparate camera feeds. I pushed the door open, the faint squeak of hinges echoing in the silence, and stepped inside, my eyes riveted to the malfunctioning monitor. As I watched, mesmerized and horrified, the frantic, chaotic images began to slow, to coalesce, and I realized with a sudden, sickening jolt that I was staring at the executive floor, an area my low-level security clearance most definitely did not, under any circumstances, cover. Every fiber of my being screamed that I should leave, that I should immediately report the glaring glitch to IT, and retreat to the safe, mundane familiarity of my spreadsheets. But something, an irresistible, morbid curiosity, held me captive, my gaze locked onto the unfolding nightmare on the screen. It cycled through views of plush, opulent offices and restricted, ominous labs. And then I saw it. In one of the labs, a figure moved furtively, a dark, fleeting shadow, weaving between benches laden with gleaming, mysterious equipment. This was no ordinary cleaner, no late-working, dedicated scientist. Their movements were too hurried, too secretive, imbued with a palpable air of illicit urgency. My heart began to race, a frantic drum in my chest, thundering against my ribs. Was I witnessing a break-in? Corporate espionage on a grand scale? I should call security, I thought, my hand instinctively reaching for my phone, a digital lifeline. But as my fingers closed around the device, the figure on screen turned, and I caught a horrifying, undeniable glimpse of their face. The blood drained from my face, leaving my skin clammy and cold. I recognized him. It was Dr. Emerson, the brilliant, enigmatic head of our biotech division. What was he doing, sneaking around his own lab in the dead of night, moving with such furtive, desperate intent? As I watched, mesmerized and horrified, Dr. Emerson retrieved something from a locked cabinet, a small, dark vial filled with an unnervingly viscous, dark liquid. He slipped it into his pocket with a practiced ease, then began typing furiously, almost desperately, on one of the computers. I was so utterly engrossed in the chilling scene unfolding before me, so completely consumed by the illicit drama, that I almost didn't hear the footsteps approaching from behind. Almost. I whirled around, my heart in my throat, a suffocating lump of terror, to find myself face to face with Dave, one of the night security guards. His expression was unreadable, his eyes shadowed with suspicion. "What are you doing in here?" he asked, his voice a gruff, low rumble that seemed to fill the silent office. I stammered out a desperate, flimsy explanation about seeing the flickering screen, attempting, with little success, to keep my voice steady, to project an air of innocent curiosity. Dave's eyes, sharp and discerning, narrowed as he looked past me, his gaze sweeping over the array of monitors. "The camera is not supposed to be accessible from this terminal," he muttered, a low, ominous growl, pushing past me with an irritated shove to examine the system. As Dave fiddled with the controls, his brow furrowed in concentration, I saw Dr. Emerson, a silent phantom, finish whatever clandestine operation he had been performing and hurry out of the lab, vanishing from the screen. The evidence of whatever illicit activity he'd been engaged in disappeared with him, leaving only the chilling memory. Dave finally managed to get the system reset, the executive floor camera feed abruptly vanishing from the screens, replaced by the mundane, legitimate views. He turned back to me, his expression stern, accusatory. "You shouldn't be in here," he said, his voice hard, unyielding. "These systems are restricted for a reason. I'm going to have to report this." I nodded, attempting to appear appropriately chastened, appropriately sheepish, while my mind raced, a frantic, desperate kaleidoscope of thoughts. Should I tell him what I'd seen? But what, precisely, had I seen? A senior executive accessing his own lab wasn't exactly a smoking gun, a clear-cut crime. And if I was wrong, if there was an innocent, plausible explanation, reporting it would be nothing short of career suicide, a self-inflicted wound that would haunt me forever. I mumbled a vague apology and slipped out of the security office, my thoughts a turmoil of doubt and chilling suspicion. As I walked slowly back to my desk, the silence of the office now pregnant with a sinister weight, I tried desperately to make sense of what I'd witnessed. Why would Dr. Emerson need to sneak into his own lab with such furtive secrecy? What was contained within that enigmatic vial? And why did he radiate such an overwhelming aura of guilt? I couldn't focus on my work after that. The numbers on my screen blurred into an indistinguishable mess as my mind relentlessly replayed the chilling scene I'd witnessed. I needed to know more. Over the next few days, I found myself compulsively paying closer attention to office gossip, particularly anything even remotely related to the biotech division. I casually, deceptively, asked colleagues about Dr. Emerson, framing my questions as simple, innocent curiosity about the company's top brass. What I gleaned from their casual chatter only deepened the profound, unsettling mystery. Dr. Emerson had been behaving erratically for weeks, canceling crucial meetings without explanation, snapping irrationally at his subordinates, his once impeccable appearance replaced by a haggard, stressed demeanor. Some speculated he was simply cracking under the immense pressure of an impossibly tight project deadline. Others whispered about personal problems, a messy, bitter divorce in the works. But none of their mundane theories, explained the chilling clandestine behavior I'd witnessed that night. A week after the incident, I was working late again, lost in the monotonous drone of my tasks, when I overheard a heated, angry conversation erupting from a nearby conference room. I immediately recognized Dr. Emerson's voice, raised in a desperate, furious crescendo. "You can't do this," he was screaming, his voice raw with desperation. "Do you have any idea what's at stake?" A cooler, icier voice responded, one I instantly recognized as belonging to our ruthless CEO, Victoria Hardwick. "I know exactly what's at stake, Richard. That's why this stops now. You've gone too far." There was a sharp, resounding sound, a hand slamming violently on a table perhaps, and then Dr. Emerson stormed out of the room, his face a mask of fury. He was so utterly preoccupied, so consumed by his own rage, that he didn't even notice me shrinking back into the deepening shadows of my cubicle, a terrified, unseen witness. My curiosity, once a simmering ember, was now a raging, all-consuming inferno. What was going on? What horrifying transgression had Dr. Emerson committed that even our notoriously ruthless CEO was putting a definitive, crushing stop to it? I made a decision then, a terrifying, irreversible choice, one that I knew could cost me my job, my career, or even worse. I was going to unearth the truth. Over the next few weeks, I threw myself into my work with a renewed, almost manic vigor, meticulously volunteering for any task, however tedious, that might grant me even the slightest access to more sensitive, restricted information. I started arriving at the office before dawn and staying long after midnight, using the hushed, solitary hours to conduct my discreet, meticulous snooping. It was during one of these late-night, clandestine investigations that I finally hit pay dirt. I'd managed to infiltrate the biotech division's heavily protected file server, a feat made shockingly easy by a carelessly scribbled password on a discarded post-it note. As I meticulously combed through recent reports, my eyes, aching and strained, snagged on a file, Project Lazarus. The file was heavily, meticulously encrypted, its contents guarded by layers of digital defenses. But from what I could painstakingly piece together, it was some kind of radical, experimental life extension therapy. The potential applications, the unimaginable profits, were staggering, mind-boggling. But as I dug deeper, peeling back layer after horrifying layer of data, my initial excitement curdled into pure, unadulterated horror. The trials had gone horribly, devastatingly wrong. Terribly wrong. Test subjects had experienced rapid, grotesque aging, a horrific acceleration of time's cruel hand. They suffered severe cognitive decline, their minds unraveling into madness. And in some chilling cases, the ultimate price, death. But instead of shutting down the catastrophic project, Dr. Emerson had, with a chilling disregard for human life, pushed forward, systematically falsifying data, meticulously covering up the horrific failures. And worse. Far, far worse. He'd begun testing on human subjects. Vulnerable people. The homeless. Undocumented immigrants. People who, in his twisted, depraved logic, wouldn't be missed. People who had died horrible, agonizing deaths in the unholy name of scientific progress and insatiable corporate greed. I felt sick, a profound, visceral nausea that threatened to overwhelm me. This was beyond mere corporate malfeasance. This was a crime against humanity itself. I was so utterly engrossed in the horrifying files, so completely consumed by the grotesque revelations, that I didn't hear the door to the lab open behind me. It wasn't until I felt the cold, heavy hand clamp down on my shoulder that the horrifying realization struck: I wasn't alone. I spun around, my heart pounding, a frantic drum in my chest, to find myself face to face with Dr. Emerson himself. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, he said, his voice eerily, unnervingly calm, a terrifying contrast to the chaotic storm within me. I really thought I could perfect it, you know. Save lives. Change the world. I opened my mouth to speak, to scream, to demand an explanation, but no words, no sound, could escape my constricted throat. Dr. Emerson's eyes, once sharp and intelligent, were now wild, desperate, a terrifying reflection of his fractured sanity. I saw his hand move, a blur of motion, saw the malevolent glint of a syringe, its needle poised. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice almost a whisper, laced with a chilling, detached pity, and I felt a sharp, agonizing prick in my neck. "But I've come too far to stop now. And you'll be helping science, after all." As the world around me began to fade, colors blurring, Sounds muffling. My last coherent thought was of the flickering security screen that had started it all. I should have walked away. I screamed silently into the encroaching darkness. I should have minded my own business. But it was too late for that now. Far, far too late. When I woke up, I was strapped to a cold, unforgiving metal table in a room I didn't recognize, its dark white walls gleaming under harsh, fluorescent lights. Dr. Emerson loomed over me, a spectral figure, a small vial of dark, viscous liquid clutched in his hand, the very same vial I'd seen him take that fateful night. "Don't worry," he said, his voice sounding distant, distorted, like a corrupted recording. "Soon, you won't remember any of this. And who knows, maybe you'll be the one. The successful trial that changes everything." As the needle, a glint of malevolent silver, approached my arm, I closed my eyes, silently cursing my insatiable curiosity, my reckless ambition, my foolish, naive belief that I could unearth the truth without facing devastating consequences. The truth, it turned out, was far, far more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. And now, in this sterile, horrifying place, I was about to pay the ultimate price for discovering it. Story 9. The cabin stood silent in the clearing, a dark, stoic sentinel silhouetted against the rapidly fading light. I should have turned back then, when the first tendrils of unease brushed against my soul, but curiosity, that insidious, whispering serpent, has always been my undoing. I'd been hiking for hours, pushing my body relentlessly, desperate to outrun the relentless chaos of my own thoughts, my draining job, my fractured relationship, the spiraling sense of a life teetering on the brink. The wilderness, with its ancient, indifferent calm, had always been my solitary refuge, a sanctuary where the suffocating complexities of the world seemed to dissolve, leaving only the stark, simple truths of raw survival. But as the day wore on, and the familiar, comforting trails gradually gave way to unexplored, untamed territory, a chilling realization began to dawn. I had wandered far, dangerously far, off the beaten path. The shadows lengthened, stretching like grasping fingers across the forest floor, and a profound, biting chill began to seep into the very air around me. That's when I saw it, a faint, ethereal wisp of smoke, coiling lazily, almost invitingly, above the dense canopy of trees. Relief, a sudden, overwhelming wave, washed over me. Where there was smoke, there were people. Perhaps they could point me in the right direction, or at the very least, offer a moment of warmth before I attempted to find my way back through the encroaching darkness. I pushed through the thick underbrush, ignoring the painful scratches from thorny branches and the relentless snagging of roots. The trees began to thin, grudgingly opening into a small, desolate clearing, and there it stood, a cabin. Weathered and gray, its rough-hewn timbers seemed to have grown organically from the very forest floor, an ancient, brooding presence. But something felt profoundly, sickeningly off. The smoke I'd seen was undeniably curling from its chimney, yet no inviting lights gleamed from the windows, no cheerful sounds of voices or movement disturbed the oppressive stillness. Just an eerie, profound quiet that made the fine hairs on the back of my neck prickle with a chilling apprehension. I hesitated at the very edge of the clearing, every primal instinct screaming at me to turn back, to embrace the unknown dangers of the deep woods rather than approach this ominous, foreboding structure. But the temperature was plummeting with terrifying speed, and I knew, with a cold certainty, that I wouldn't last long exposed in the open without proper gear. "Hello?" I called out, my voice, unnaturally loud in the profound silence. trembling slightly. Is anyone there? I'm lost, and I could really use some help. No response. Not even the rustling of leaves or the distant bark of a dog. Just that heavy, oppressive silence, thick and suffocating. I drew a deep, shuddering breath and stepped into the clearing. The cabin loomed larger as I approached, its windows like dark, empty eyes, utterly devoid of life, seemingly watching my every hesitant move. The porch creaked ominously, a mournful groan, under my weight as I climbed the worn steps. I knocked on the heavy wooden door, the sound echoing hollowly in the profound stillness. Hello? Please, if anyone's in there, I just need directions or a phone to call for help. Still nothing. A deafening, absolute silence. I tentatively tried the doorknob, half expecting it to be locked, an impenetrable barrier. To my astonishment, it turned easily, almost invitingly. The door swung inward with a long, drawn-out groan, a sound like a tortured whisper. The interior was cloaked in a profound darkness, save for a faint, spectral orange glow emanating from what I assumed was a dying fire in the fireplace. The smell hit me immediately, musty and damp, with an insidious undercurrent of something sickeningly sweet, something like rotting fruit, for I brutally pushed the horrifying thought away, fumbling desperately for my phone to use as a makeshift flashlight. The anemic beam cut through the gloom, revealing a stark, Spartan interior, a rough wooden table, a couple of mismatched chairs, some haphazard shelves lined with dusty jars and ancient, leather-bound books. Everything was coated in a thick, undisturbed layer of dust, as if time itself had forgotten this place. Hello? I called again, softer this time, a tremulous whisper. Part of me, a desperate, longing part, hoped for a human response, while another, more primal part, dreaded it with an arctic fear. I moved deeper into the cabin, my flashlight beam dancing erratically across the walls, illuminating fleeting fragments of the haunting space. That's when I saw the first photograph. It was pinned to the wall, faded and yellowed with age, its edges curling. A group of people stood rigidly in front of the cabin, their faces frozen in wide, unnatural smiles, staring directly at the camera. But their faces, something was terribly, horrifyingly wrong with their faces. They were blurred, distorted, as if someone had taken a malicious eraser to them, leaving only grotesque, featureless smears. My breath hitched in my throat, a suffocating gasp. I moved to the next photo, then the next, my heart thundering against my ribs. They were all the same. People in various poses around the cabin or nestled within the ancient woods, but always with those unsettling, horrifyingly erased faces. A floorboard creaked behind me, a sharp, jarring sound that shattered the profound silence. I whirled around, my heart pounding a frantic, desperate rhythm, but there was nothing there. Just shifting shadows and dancing motes of dust in the flashlight beam. I knew, with every fiber of my being, that I should leave. Every rational part of my brain was screaming at me to get out, to embrace the uncertain dangers of the woods rather than linger in this place of insidious dread. But a morbid, unyielding curiosity, a fatal flaw, kept me rooted to the spot. I had to know what this place was. What unspeakable horrors had transpired here. I moved towards what appeared to be a bedroom, the door slightly ajar. I pushed it open slowly, wincing at the mournful squeal of rusty hinges. The unwavering beam of my flashlight fell upon a neatly made bed, draped with a faded, patchwork quilt. More photos covered the walls, but these were different. These showed people, Normal, smiling people, their faces clear and distinct, full of life. But each photo bore a date meticulously inscribed beneath it, alongside two other words, stark and chilling, that made my blood run instantly, terrifyingly cold, before and after. The after photos were the blurred, faceless monstrosities I'd seen in the main room. My hands were shaking uncontrollably now, the flashlight beam jerking erratically across the room, casting grotesque, dancing shadows. What was this place? What unspeakable horror had befallen these people? A malevolent glint of metal caught my eye on the bedside table. An old tape recorder. A cassette still nestled within its ancient machinery. Without thinking, my fingers, trembling uncontrollably, pressed play. A man's voice, scratchy and distorted, filled the small room, a chilling testament to its sinister purpose. Day 47 of the experiment. Subject 12 is showing remarkable progress. The facial distortion is nearly complete, and cognitive functions are deteriorating rapidly. At this rate, we should achieve full transformation within the week. The committee will be pleased. The tape clicked off, leaving behind a silence far more terrifying than the recorded voice. I stood there, frozen, utterly paralyzed, as the horrific implications of what I had just heard sank into the very core of my being. Experiment? Transformation? What kind of sick, depraved game was this? I backed out of the bedroom, my mind reeling, a maelstrom of terror and disbelief. I had to get out of here. Had to tell someone about this place. But as I turned to flee, my flashlight beam, a desperate, searching eye, fell upon something that stopped me dead in my tracks. A mirror. It hung innocently on the wall near the door, and in its reflection, I saw myself. But not as I should be. My face. It was blurred. Distorted. Just like in the horrifying photographs. I raised a trembling hand to my cheek, feeling the smooth, familiar skin where my features should have been. But in the mirror, my hand seemed to pass through a shimmering smear of nothingness, a terrifying void where my face used to be. Panic, raw and animalistic, gripped me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. This wasn't possible. This couldn't be real. I had to be dreaming, or hallucinating, or the floorboard creaked again, but this time, when I spun around, I wasn't alone. A figure stood in the shadows, tall and unnaturally still. As it stepped into the dim, spectral light from the dying fire, I saw it. Its face was a blank canvas. Featureless. Smooth. "Welcome," it said, its voice emanating from nowhere and everywhere at once, a chilling, omnipresent whisper. "We've been waiting for you." I tried to scream, but no sound, no desperate cry, escaped my throat. I tried to run, to flee this horrifying reality, but my legs, like leaden weights, refused to move. The figure advanced, its blank face somehow radiating a terrible, insatiable hunger. "Don't fight it," the voice said, soothing and terrifying all at once. "The transformation is already beginning. Soon, you'll be one of us. Free from identity. Free from self. Just pure, beautiful nothing." Its hand, pale and elongated, reached for me, its fingers stretching with an unnatural grace towards my face. I felt a subtle, insidious tugging sensation, as if my very essence, my individuality, was being gently, inexorably pulled away. In that fleeting, agonizing moment, survival instinct, a raw, desperate spark, overrode the paralyzing terror. I ducked under its grasping hand and ran, slamming into the heavy door with all my desperate might. It burst open with a splintering crash, and I tumbled down the porch steps, scrambling to my feet and dashing blindly into the dense, welcoming darkness of the woods. I ran without a destination, branches whipping mercilessly at my face, unseen roots threatening to trip me with every frantic, pounding step. But I didn't slow down. I didn't dare to look back. I could feel them behind me, a presence more sensed than seen, a relentless, hungry pursuit. I don't know how long I ran, hours, perhaps. The forest blurred around me, a chaotic symphony of shadow and terror. More than once, I thought I saw faces in the trees, blank, smooth faces, watching me with invisible eyes. When I finally, miraculously, broke through the tree line and saw the blessed lights of my car in the parking lot, I nearly wept with overwhelming relief. I threw myself inside, fumbling frantically with the locks, and sped away, my tires spitting gravel as I tore down the deserted road. I kept glancing frantically in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a horde of faceless figures chasing after me, their blank visages illuminated by my tail lights. But there was nothing. Just the dark, winding road and the slowly brightening sky as dawn, a hesitant, hopeful promise, approached. It wasn't until I reached home, utterly exhausted, my body trembling uncontrollably, that I dared to look in a mirror again. My face was there. Normal. Unchanged. Had it all been a terrifying hallucination, a vivid, nightmarish delusion brought on by the crushing weight of exhaustion and stress? But as I stared, unblinking, at my reflection, I noticed something. A subtle blurring around the very edges of my features. Almost unnoticeable. Almost. I haven't gone hiking since that night. I avoid mirrors whenever I can, a desperate attempt to deny the subtle, creeping change. And sometimes, in the depths of my dreams, I hear that voice again. We've been waiting for you. I wake up in a cold sweat, my hands flying to my face, desperately, frantically feeling for features I'm terrified might no longer be there. So far, they always are. But I can't shake the chilling feeling that it's only a matter of time. The cabin in the woods is waiting. And one day, I fear, it will call me back. To finish what it started. Story 10. The first shiver of unease, a cold tendril coiling around my spine, began the moment their eyes, a multitude of them, impaled themselves upon me. But by then, the winding road had already become an irreversible trap, and it was far, far too late to turn back. I'd been driving for what felt like an eternity, the relentless monotony of the highway broken only by the fleeting, indistinct blurs of occasional gas stations or desolate, forgotten fast food joints. My GPS, that fickle digital companion, had died an hour back, a silent, ominous omen. Yet, I wasn't worried. The old-fashioned paper map, spread open on the passenger seat like an ancient scroll, confidently promised a clear, unyielding route to my destination. Or so I foolishly, desperately, believed. As the sun, a dying ember, began its languid dip below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant, bleeding hues of orange and bruised pink, a sudden, chilling realization dawned upon me. I should have reached the turnoff for the interstate by now. The landscape had undergone a subtle, unsettling transformation. Gone were the wide, open plains I'd been cruising through all afternoon, replaced by undulating hills dotted with dense, brooding clusters of trees that flanked the road on both sides, like silent, watchful sentinels. I was seriously contemplating turning back, reversing my course. when my headlights caught it, a weathered, hand-painted sign, barely legible in the dimming light. Welcome to Millbrook, population 12,103. Perfect, I thought, a sigh of profound relief escaping my lips. I could stop here, finally get my bearings, perhaps even grab a bite to eat. Then, I'd be back on my way, back on track, destined to make it to my sister's wedding rehearsal dinner tomorrow. The main street of Millbrook unfurled before me like a scene meticulously crafted from a forgotten Norman Rockwell painting. Quaint storefronts adorned with hand-painted signs, a small, idyllic park featuring a charming gazebo, even an honest-to-God soda fountain, its neon sign humming softly. It was utterly charming, in a peculiar, old-fashioned, almost unsettling sort of way. But as I cruised slowly down Main Street, my eyes scanning for an available parking spot, a subtle, disquieting detail began to prickle at my subconscious. The sidewalks were utterly, unnervingly empty. Not just quiet, but completely, eerily deserted. And yet, despite the palpable absence of life, I could distinctly perceive faces in every single window, a silent, unblinking multitude, watching me pass. I pulled into a vacant spot in front of what looked like a classic diner and cut the engine. The silence that descended was immediate and crushing, an almost physical weight. No distant hum of traffic, no faint murmur of pedestrian chatter, not even the comforting chirping of birds. Just an eerie, profound stillness that made the fine hairs on the back of my neck stand rigidly erect. As I stepped out of the car, I could feel the palpable weight of dozens, hundreds, of unseen eyes impaled upon me. Every storefront, every upper floor window, seemed to hold a silent watcher, their faces utterly devoid of expression, their gazes unwavering, unnervingly intense. I straightened my shoulders, a desperate attempt to project a confidence I was far from feeling, and pushed open the diner door. A small bell above the entrance jangled, its sound a jarring, almost violent intrusion in the unnatural quiet. Inside, the diner was like a grotesque tableau, a scene frozen in time. Half a dozen people sat at the counter and in booths, all suspended in mid-action, a waitress, her hand poised, coffee pot suspended over a waiting cup. An old man, a fork halfway to his mouth. And every single one of them was staring at me. Hi, I said, my voice sounding far too loud, far too desperate in the suffocating silence. I'm a bit lost. I was hoping to get some directions. For a long, agonizing moment, no one moved. Then, slowly, almost mechanically, as if operated by unseen strings, they all turned back to what they had been doing. The waitress poured the coffee, her movements stiff, unnatural. The old man resumed eating, his jaw working with a grotesque precision. But there was something profoundly off about their movements, a subtle, unsettling jerkiness, like actors who had forgotten their cues and were now improvising, poorly. I approached the counter, sliding onto a worn stool. The waitress turned to me, a fixed, unsettling grin plastered on her face too wide, too perfect. "What'll it be, stranger?" she asked, her voice flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Just coffee, thanks," I replied, striving, with every fiber of my being, to keep my own voice steady, casual. "And if you could point me towards the interstate, I'd really appreciate it." She poured the coffee without looking at the cup, her unsettling, unwavering eyes never leaving my face. "Interstate?" she echoed, as if the word itself was alien, foreign to her. "No interstate around here. You're in Millbrook now. Why would you want to leave?" A cold, icy dread ran down my spine, a horrifying premonition. I glanced frantically around the diner, noticing for the first time that there were no clocks on the walls, no calendars, nothing to indicate the relentless passage of time. "I'm just passing through," I said, wrapping my hands around the warm, comforting mug, a desperate anchor in the rising tide of fear. "I need to get to my sister's wedding." At the word wedding, a subtle ripple, an almost imperceptible tremor, seemed to pass through the entire diner. Heads turned, eyes widened, a collective shift in their unnatural stillness. The waitress's fixed grin grew wider, if that was even possible, stretching unnaturally. "A wedding?" she said, leaning in close, her breath, surprisingly, carrying the faint, sickly sweet scent of decay. "How wonderful. We love weddings here in Millbrook. When's the happy day?" The old man at the end of the counter spoke up, his voice a creaky, rusty hinge. "Tomorrow," I said, leaning back slightly, creating a desperate, futile distance. "In Chicago. Which is why I really need to get going." "Chicago?" the old man rasped, a disturbing, almost guttural sound. "That's a long way from here, boy. Why don't you stay a while? Rest up. We've got a nice hotel just down the street." I stood up, leaving the untouched coffee, a silent, steaming witness, on the counter. "Thanks, but I really need to get going. If you could just point me in the right direction." The waitress's hand shot out, a sudden, horrifying blur, gripping my wrist with surprising, brutal strength. Her smile, still fixed and unnatural, seemed to stretch wider, a grotesque caricature of friendliness. Now, she said, her voice no longer flat, but imbued with a chilling, insidious sweetness. "There's no need to rush off. Millbrook is a wonderful place. You might find you want to stay forever." I yanked my arm free, a desperate, violent wrench, and backed away towards the door, my heart hammering against my ribs with a frantic, terrified rhythm. The other patrons, a silent, menacing horde, were slowly rising from their seats now, moving towards me with a terrifying slowness, their movements deliberate, unyielding. I burst out of the diner, a raw scream caught in my throat, and ran to my car, my fingers fumbling desperately with the keys. As I looked up, a new wave of horror washed over me. The street was no longer empty. Dozens of people lined the sidewalks, all wearing that same blank, unsettling expression, all moving towards me with that same eerie, deliberate slowness, a terrifying, silent procession. I finally got the key in the ignition, and the engine roared to life, a blessed, deafening sound. I threw the car into reverse, tires screaming in protest as I backed away from the relentlessly approaching crowd. Then, I slammed the car into drive and floored it, speeding down Main Street towards what I desperately hoped was the way out of this nightmare town. In my rearview mirror, I could see them following, their pace quickening, their movements gaining an unnatural urgency. Some had even materialized in cars, now joining the relentless pursuit. I reached the very edge of town, where the "Welcome to Millbrook" sign stood, a silent sentinel. But something was subtly, horrifyingly different. The population number was changing. Picking up. Slowly. 12,104, 12,105 with a jolt of pure, unadulterated horror, a sickening realization, I understood. It was counting me. Counting everyone who entered Millbrook. And never, ever left. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, my car protesting, groaning, as I pushed it to its absolute limits. The town, a grotesque, watching maw, fell away behind me, but I could still see the malevolent glint of headlights in my mirror. They were following. Relentless. I drove through the night, a desperate, haunted animal, taking random turns, doubling back, doing everything, anything, I could conceive of to lose my relentless pursuers. It wasn't until the first fragile, tentative light of dawn, painting the sky in hues of hesitant hope, that I finally felt safe enough to slow down. I found myself on a major highway, surrounded by normal, indifferent traffic. Billboards advertised familiar, mundane products. A sign indicated Chicago was a comforting 100 miles ahead. I nearly wept with overwhelming relief. I had made it. I made it to my sister's wedding. I smiled in the photos, a strained, almost hysterical rictus. I danced at the reception, my movements stiff, unnatural. I played the part of the dutiful brother, a perfectly choreographed automaton. But inside, I was shattered, shaken to my very core. I never told anyone about Millbrook. Who would believe me? Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the day, I managed to convince myself it was all a stress-induced hallucination, a vivid, waking nightmare brought on by too many hours alone on the open road. But then I'll catch a fleeting glimpse of someone on the street, a stranger in a crowd, someone with that same blank, unnerving stare and those subtly mechanical movements, and my blood runs instantly, terrifyingly cold. I'll see a map, a seemingly innocuous atlas, and notice a blank spot, a place where a town should undeniably be, but isn't. Unnamed. And late at night, when the world is hushed and still, I swear I can hear a voice on the wind. Come back to Millbrook, it whispers, a chilling, insidious caress. Stay with us forever. I never will, of course. But part of me, a dark, terrified part, wonders if I ever truly left that town behind. Or if, in some insidious, unseen way, it's still with me. Waiting. Watching. And someday, somehow, I fear, it will find me again. So I keep driving. Always on the move. And I never, ever take the scenic route anymore. Because you never know when you might stumble upon a town that isn't on any map. A town where the shadows are a little too long, the smiles a little too wide, and the people, well, the people aren't people at all. Remember that. If you're ever out on the road and you see a sign for a town you've never heard of, just keep driving. Don't look back. And whatever you do, don't stop in Millbrook. Because once you're there, you might never leave. Story 11. The flicker of a lone thumb against the oppressive canvas of the night, stark in my headlights, sealed my doom. A chilling premonition, a cold hand squeezing my heart, announced the irreversible plunge into terror. There was no turning back, for the highway, a black serpent, had already swallowed my retreat. Hours blurred into an endless void, the engines drone a hypnotic hum against the skeletal whispers of the wind, punctuated only by the fleeting, spectral gleam of distant signs, the twin fires of some unseen creature's eyes. Fatigue gnawed at me, a relentless beast clawing at my eyelids, when he materialized from the shadows, a singular, isolated figure. My mind, a frantic battlefield, was instantly besieged by 1,000 cautionary tales, grim warnings about the perils of succor offered on desolate roads. But the biting, merciless cold, a tangible entity, seemed to clutch at his hunched shoulders, conjuring a ghost of my own younger brother, vulnerable and exposed. Before the icy logic of self-preservation could fully assert its dominion, My foot, as if guided by an unseen hand, pressed the brake. He approached, a slow, deliberate shadow, his face a mystery shrouded beneath the low brim of a baseball cap. The dome light, a sudden, intrusive glare, illuminated him as the passenger door creaked open. Younger than I'd imagined, barely out of his 20s, with a scraggly beard and clothes that seemed to carry the weight of forgotten journeys. "Thanks for stopping," he murmured, his voice surprisingly soft, a deceptive balm on the raw nerves of the night. "I've been out here for hours." I offered a curt nod, a futile attempt to dismiss the burgeoning unease that writhed in my gut. "Where you headed?" "Just up the road," he replied, a vague, unsettling evasiveness in his tone, as he settled into the seat, the door clicking shut like a trap. "I'll let you know when to drop me off." The highway, once a symbol of freedom, now stretched before me, a path into the unknown, its silence broken only by the engine's thrum and the sporadic static of an ancient radio. My gaze, an unwilling captive, kept darting to my passenger. An indefinable wrongness clung to him, a subtle dissonance that clawed at my subconscious. "So," I ventured, desperate to pierce the oppressive quiet, "what brings you out here in the dead of night?" A long, agonizing silence. Then, a voice, still soft, but now laced with a chilling, detached philosophy. "Running from something. Or someone. Does it matter?" My hands tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles bone white. "I guess not," I whispered, the words thin and reedy. The miles dissolved into the darkness. Just as a fragile sense of reprieve began to settle, I saw his hand move. A glint of metal, a cold, malevolent flash, caught my eye. My heart, a terrified drum, slammed against my ribs. "Pull over," he commanded, his voice transformed, stripped of all softness, now hard, cold, edged with an arctic threat that froze my blood. There was no need to look. The knife's presence was a palpable weight in the confined space. "Listen," I pleaded, my voice a desperate, trembling offering, "you don't have to do this. I can let you out. No questions asked." A dry, humorless chuckle scraped against my ears. "It's too late for that. Pull over. Now." My mind was a whirlwind of frantic, futile strategies. We were isolated, utterly alone. Refusal meant what? The knife glinted again, a cruel, mocking answer. Slowly, my hands shaking so violently the wheel shuddered, I guided the car onto the shoulder. The instant we stopped, he was a blur of motion, snatching my keys and phone. "Get out." The command, sharp and brutal, was punctuated by the knife's unwavering point. The cold night air struck me, a physical blow, as I stumbled out. He followed, the blade a constant, terrifying companion. "Walk," he ordered, gesturing towards a faint dirt track that vanished into a dense thicket of trees, the darkness between them an impenetrable, terrifying void. "Please," I choked, my voice raw with terror. "Don't do this. Take the car. Go." His eyes met mine, utterly empty. "Dead." "Walk." My legs, leaden weights, obeyed. Each step was a plunge deeper into the suffocating unknown, further from the highway, further from any hope of rescue. The trees loomed, their gnarled branches reaching like skeletal fingers. The only sounds were the crunch of gravel underfoot and my own desperate, ragged breaths. Fear distorted time. Minutes stretched into an agonizing eternity. Finally, a small clearing. In its heart, a dilapidated cabin, its windows dark, empty sockets. Inside, he prodded, the knife a chilling invitation. The single room was bare, save for a rickety chair and a table stained with something that looked horrifyingly like dried blood. My stomach convulsed. "Sit," he commanded, gesturing with the knife. As I sank onto the cold wood, he pulled rope from his pocket, his movements practiced, efficient, a chilling testament to his expertise. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. He paused, those dead eyes fixed on me. "Because I can. The world is chaos. I'm just playing my part." He moved to the table, laying out an array of instruments that turned my blood to ice: knives, pliers, grotesque implements I couldn't even name. I squeezed my eyes shut, a futile attempt to escape the horror. "Open your eyes," he ordered. The cold pressure of metal against my cheek forced them open. For a flicker, a fleeting second, I thought I saw something in his gaze, doubt, perhaps even a flicker of remorse. Then it was gone, replaced by that terrifying, profound emptiness. "Please," I tried again, a final, desperate plea. "I have a family. People who will miss me." He picked up a knife, turning it slowly in his hand. "Everyone has a family. Everyone is missed by someone. That's what makes this interesting." As he approached, the knife held aloft, time fractured. Every detail became excruciatingly clear: the blade's gleam in the faint moonlight, the tiny flecks of dried blood under his fingernails, the subtle tremor in his hand. In that instant, something primal erupted within me. The paralyzing fear shattered, replaced by a desperate, animalistic rage. With a strength born of pure survival, I threw myself backward. The chair exploded beneath me, a splintering crash. He stumbled, caught off guard. I rolled, ignoring the biting pain of splinters, and tore one hand free from the ropes. He recovered instantly, lunging. I caught his wrist, the blade inches from my face. We grappled, breaths ragged, strength failing, the knife inching closer. In a last, desperate act, I brought my knee up hard, connecting with his stomach. He doubled over, a choked gasp escaping his lips, the knife clattering to the floor. I scrambled, my fingers closing around the cold handle just as he grabbed my ankle. The next moments were a blur of raw, desperate instinct. I remember swinging the knife wildly, feeling the sickening impact. His grip loosened, a strangled gasp. Then, silence. I lay there, my heart a frantic drum. When I finally dared to move, to look, he lay motionless, a dark stain blossoming on his chest. My hands, trembling uncontrollably, freed me from the remaining ropes. On unsteady legs, I searched the cabin, finding my phone and keys in his discarded jacket. Stepping outside, the cool night air was a shock, a brutal blessing. I wanted to run, to put a universe between myself and that place, but I couldn't. With trembling fingers, I dialed 911. As I waited for the sirens, wailing banshees in the distance, I sat on the cabin's porch, watching the first tentative tendrils of dawn bleed into the sky. I remembered how terrifyingly close I'd come to oblivion. The razor-thin line between predator and prey, life and death. When the police finally arrived, a beacon of harsh, flashing light, it felt like waking from a nightmare. But as I looked down at my blood-stained hands, I knew the real nightmare had just begun. A part of me, the part that trusted, that believed in basic goodness, had died in that cabin. led to the police car, a shock blanket draped around me. I caught my reflection in the window. A stranger stared back. Older. Harder. Eyes that had witnessed too much. The hitchhiker had stolen something after all, my innocence. And I knew it would never be returned. The road stretched out before the patrol car, no longer a path of possibility, but a brutal, chilling reminder of fragility. How quickly kindness can morph into a desperate struggle for survival. And how, sometimes, the true monster isn't the stranger in the rearview mirror, but the chilling, unrecognizable reflection staring back at you from the abyss of your own transformed soul. Story 12. The moment I saw her eyes shift, a subtle, malevolent transformation rippling through their depths, I knew with a bone-deep certainty that I had made an irreversible, fatal mistake. But by then, the winding, shadowed path had vanished behind me, and it was far, far too late to simply leave. I'd been driving for what felt like an eternity, the relentless monotony of the highway a hypnotic, drowsy hum, my eyelids growing heavier, more resistant, with each passing mile. The clock on the dashboard, a silent, mocking witness, glowed well past midnight, and I was still hours away from my intended destination. That's when my headlights, sweeping across the inky blackness, caught it, a small, weathered, hand-painted sign, its letters faded and peeling, barely discernible in the gloom. Rosewood Bed and Breakfast next exit. The promise of a warm bed, a brief reprieve from the endless, soul-numbing ribbon of road, was a siren's call too potent, too irresistible to ignore. I took the exit, following a narrow, winding country road, shrouded in ancient, grasping trees, until I saw it, a grand, looming Victorian house in the distance, its dark silhouette a brooding presence against the bruised sky. A single, spectral light glowed faintly in an upstairs window, a deceptive beacon. As I pulled into the crunching gravel driveway, a sudden, inexplicable chill, a tendril of unease, snaked its way up my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was subtly, profoundly off. The garden, once meticulously manicured, was now a wild, overgrown tangle of shadows and thorns. The paint on the house itself was peeling in long, ghostly strips, like decaying skin. But it was late, I was utterly exhausted, and I'd already committed, already made the turn. Surely, it couldn't be that bad for just one night, could it? I approached the imposing front door, my footsteps, unnaturally loud in the profound stillness of the night, echoing like a death knell. Before I could even raise a hand to knock, the heavy door swung inward, silently, as if expecting me. An elderly woman stood framed in the faint light, her silver hair pulled back in a severe, impossibly tight bun. Her face, a tapestry of deep wrinkles, was dominated by eyes that, even in the dim light, seemed unnervingly bright. "Welcome to Rosewood," she said, her voice warm and inviting, a rich, melodic hum that belied the unsettling feeling of the place. "I'm Margaret. We've been expecting you." I blinked in genuine surprise, a cold knot forming in my stomach. Expecting me? But I hadn't made a reservation, hadn't even called ahead. Margaret's unsettling smile never wavered, a fixed, unnatural rictus. "Oh, we always have a room ready for wearied travelers. Please, come in out of that dreadful rain." She gestured with a graceful, almost serpentine hand, inviting me across the threshold. I hesitated for a fleeting, agonizing moment, every instinct screaming at me to flee, but the sudden, palpable warmth radiating from within the house was too inviting to resist, a deceptive allure against the cold night. I stepped over the threshold, the old floorboards groaning ominously beneath my weight. The interior of the house was like stepping back in time, not merely by decades, but by centuries. Antique furniture, draped in dust covers like silent specters, oil lamps casting long, dancing shadows, and faded, sepia-toned photographs adorned every available surface, their subjects' eyes seeming to follow me. The air was thick, heavy, with a cloying scent of dried lavender and something else, something I couldn't quite place, something older, mustier, with an almost sickly sweet undertone. "Let me show you to your room," Margaret said, her voice a soft, hypnotic murmur, already halfway up the grand, creaking staircase. "I'm sure you must be tired after your long journey." I followed her, my hand trailing along the smooth, cool wooden banister, the wood seeming to hum with an unseen energy. She led me to a room at the very end of the hall, pushing open the heavy door with a dramatic, almost theatrical flourish. "Here we are," she announced, her smile unwavering. "I hope you'll be comfortable." The room was small, yet surprisingly cozy, dominated by a massive, looming four-poster bed draped in crisp, white linens that seemed unnaturally bright in the dim light. A vase of dried, desiccated flowers sat on the nightstand, their scent faintly cloying, and heavy, velvet curtains framed a single window, like watchful eyes. It was charming, in a macabre, old-fashioned sort of way. "Thank you," I said, setting my overnight bag on the bed with a soft thud. "This is lovely." Margaret beamed at me, that unwavering, unsettling smile still fixed. "Wonderful. Now, why don't you get some rest? Breakfast is at 8 sharp. Don't be late. Mr. Rosewood doesn't like to be kept waiting." Before I could even formulate the question of who this enigmatic Mr. Rosewood might be, she had slipped silently out of the room, closing the door behind her with a soft, definitive click. I heard her footsteps, light and almost ethereal, retreating down the hall, then an absolute, profound silence descended, heavier, more oppressive than before. I sat on the edge of the bed, suddenly, inexplicably, feeling profoundly uneasy. There was something about this place, something insidious, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. But I was simply too exhausted, too mentally drained, to dwell on it. I kicked off my shoes and crawled under the covers, surrendering to the overwhelming darkness, falling into a deep, dreamless sleep that was more like an oblivion. I woke abruptly to harsh sunlight streaming through the curtains and the tantalizing, yet unsettling, smell of bacon wafting up from downstairs. For a fleeting, disorienting moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then, it all came flooding back, the long, arduous drive, the peculiar bed and breakfast, Margaret's unsettling smile. I dressed quickly, my movements stiff, and made my way downstairs, drawn by the almost hypnotic scent of breakfast. I found myself in a large, formal dining room, its walls adorned with faded tapestries. A long, imposing table was meticulously set for at least a dozen people, yet there was only one other soul present, a man, a formidable silhouette, sitting rigidly at the head of the table, his face hidden behind a crisply folded newspaper. "Good morning," I said hesitantly, my voice a tentative whisper in the cavernous room. The newspaper slowly lowered, revealing a man who appeared to be in his 70s, with sharp, piercing blue eyes that seemed to bore into my soul, and a neatly trimmed, perfectly white beard. "Ah, our guest arrives," he said, his voice deep and resonant, a rich, almost theatrical baritone. "Please, sit. Margaret will bring your breakfast shortly." I took a seat, feeling oddly like a recalcitrant child summoned to the principal's office. "You must be Mr. Rosewood," I said, attempting to inject a casualness I didn't feel into my voice, trying desperately to break the palpable tension. He nodded, slowly, deliberately, folding his newspaper with precise movements and setting it aside. "Indeed. And you are?" I told him my name, then added, "I hope it's all right that I stopped here without a reservation. I was just so tired, and when I saw the sign." Mr. Rosewood waved a dismissive hand, a gesture of almost regal nonchalance. "Nonsense. Rosewood is always open to those who need it. In fact, we insist you stay a while. Get some proper rest." Before I could respond, Margaret materialized, as if from thin air, carrying a heavy tray laden with food. She set a plate before me, eggs, bacon, toast, all perfectly prepared, impossibly pristine. "Eat up," she said, that same unwavering, unsettling smile fixed on her face. "You'll need your strength." I ate in silence, acutely aware of Mr. Rosewood's piercing, unblinking eyes on me, a palpable weight that made my skin crawl. When I finished, Margaret, with an almost supernatural swiftness, whisked away my plate before I could even utter a word of thanks. "Now then," Mr. Rosewood said, leaning forward slightly, his eyes never leaving mine. "Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself? What brings you to our neck of the woods?" I explained about my job, my ultimate destination, my impromptu, desperate decision to stop for the night. As I spoke, I noticed Margaret hovering at the very edge of the room, her head tilted, listening intently. There was something in her eyes, a hunger that hadn't been there the night before, a chilling, almost predatory gleam. "Fascinating," Mr. Rosewood said, a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor in his voice, when I finished my narrative. "You know, we don't get many visitors here at Rosewood. It's a shame, really. We have so much to offer." I glanced at my watch, a sudden, desperate yearning to be on my way. "Well, I really should be going. Thank you for your hospitality, but I have a long drive ahead of me." Mr. Rosewood's smile faded, a subtle, chilling diminishment, leaving only a cold, unyielding mask. "Leaving so soon? But you've only just arrived. Surely you can stay another night?" I stood up, shaking my head with desperate resolve. "I'm sorry, but I really can't. I need to get going." I turned to leave, but Margaret was suddenly there, a silent, spectral barrier, blocking my path. Now," she said, her voice no longer warm and inviting, but imbued with a chilling, steel-like command. "Mr. Rosewood asked you to stay. It would be rude to refuse." A profound, arctic chill ran down my spine, freezing the blood in my veins. "I appreciate the offer," I said, forcing the words out, "but I really must be going. Please excuse me." I tried to step around her, but her hand shot out, a blur of motion, gripping my arm with surprising, brutal strength. "I'm afraid we can't let you do that," she said, her eyes, once merely unsettling, now cold and hard, the pupils elongated, like a cat's. "You see, we need you here." I yanked my arm free, a desperate, violent wrench, and backed away, my heart pounding, a frantic drum, against my ribs. Mr. Rosewood was on his feet now, advancing towards me with a predatory grace that grotesquely belied his apparent age. "What's going on?" I demanded, my voice shaking, raw with terror. "What do you want from me?" Mr. Rosewood's smile was terrible to behold, a grotesque, predatory rictus that stretched his features unnaturally. "Want, my dear? We want you to stay. Forever. You see, Rosewood needs fresh blood to survive. And you, my friend, are exactly what we've been waiting for." I turned to run, but the dining room door slammed shut of its own accord, with a resounding, final crash. I was trapped. Margaret's laughter echoed through the room, high and cruel, a chilling, mocking symphony. "Did you really think you could just leave? Oh, you poor, foolish thing? No one ever leaves Rosewood." I looked around frantically, desperately searching for a way out. The windows were barred, their heavy ironwork like the bars of a cage. The doors were locked, utterly impenetrable. And Mr. Rosewood and Margaret were closing in, their movements synchronized, predatory. Their faces, once merely unsettling, were now twisted into inhuman masks of pure, unadulterated hunger and glee. "Please," I begged, backing desperately into a corner, my voice a raw, choked sound. "Just let me go. I won't tell anyone about this place, I swear." Mr. Rosewood shook his head, almost sadly, a grotesque parody of regret. "I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, you're part of Rosewood now. And Rosewood never lets go of what belongs to it." As they reached for me, their fingers elongating into grotesque, razor-sharp claws, a horrifying, undeniable truth solidified in my shattered mind. Rosewood wasn't just a bed and breakfast. It was something ancient. Something ravenous. Something that wore human skin but was anything but human underneath. And I, in my desperate, naive search for a night's rest, had willingly walked right into its meticulously crafted trap. The last thing I saw before the profound, suffocating darkness claimed me was Margaret's eyes. No longer human, but glowing with an unholy, otherworldly light, a malevolent yellow inferno. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very core, that I would never leave this place. I don't know how long I've been here now. Days. Weeks. Time has no meaning in Rosewood. I exist in a perpetual, disorienting fog, aware, but utterly unable to act, a prisoner in my own decaying body. Sometimes, through the swirling mists, I catch fleeting glimpses of other guests, lost souls like me, forever trapped in this eternal nightmare. And always, always, there are Mr. Rosewood and Margaret, their ageless, unchanging faces watching, waiting. For what, I do not know. But I fear, with a bone-deep dread, that I'll find out soon enough. If you're reading this, heed my desperate, fragmented warning. If you're ever driving late at night, exhausted and vulnerable, and you see a faded, hand-painted sign for Rosewood bed and breakfast, keep driving. Don't stop. Don't look back. Because once you check into Rosewood, you can never, ever check out. And somewhere in this endless night, I'll be waiting. Another lost soul in Rosewood's grotesque collection. Another chilling reason for weary travelers to keep driving, no matter how tired they might be. Because some beds are better left unslept in. And some breakfasts are far too costly to be worth the price. Story 13. The moment I spotted him, a shadowy presence in the periphery of our cherished family photo, a cold, hard certainty slammed into me, our perfect vacation had curdled into an inescapable nightmare. But by then, the idyllic days had already slipped away, and it was far, far too late to simply turn back. This was meant to be the trip of a lifetime, A 2-week escape to a picturesque coastal town. Just me, my beloved wife Sarah, and our 2 vibrant kids, Tommy and Lily. We'd meticulously saved for months, poring over glossy brochures and tempting travel websites, planning every exquisite detail. The quaint little beach house we'd rented looked as if it had stepped directly from a postcard, with its weathered blue shutters and sprawling wraparound porch. The first few days unfurled like a glorious dream. We built fantastical sandcastles, laughed as we splashed in the warm, inviting waves, and explored the charming town center, a kaleidoscope of ice cream parlors and souvenir shops. Sarah and I even managed to steal away one evening for a rare, romantic dinner, leaving the kids with a local babysitter highly recommended by our rental agency. It was on the 4th day that the first insidious tendril of unease began to coil around me. We were savoring a leisurely lunch at a sun-drenched beachside cafe, when an inexplicable, chilling feeling of being watched prickled at the back of my neck. I instinctively glanced around, my eyes scanning the unsuspecting crowd, but discerned nothing out of the ordinary, just other tourists, basking in the sunshine and the gentle sea breeze. "Everything okay, honey?" Sarah asked, her voice laced with concern, noticing my sudden distraction. I forced a strained smile. "Yeah, just thought I saw someone I knew. Must have been mistaken." But the unsettling sensation persisted throughout the entire day, at the beach, in the hushed halls of the local museum, even as we strolled back to our rental house. Always that chilling prickle, that gnawing sense of unseen eyes relentlessly tracking our every move. That night, as I meticulously uploaded photos from my camera to my laptop, my fingers hovering over the glowing screen, I saw him for the very first time. It was a seemingly innocuous picture of the kids, their faces alight with joy, meticulously crafting a sandcastle. But in the background, almost imperceptible unless you were actively searching, was a man. He was facing away from the camera, his identity obscured, but something about his posture, the subtle angle of his body, unnervingly directed towards us, made my stomach clench with a sudden, arctic fear. My fingers, trembling, quickly flickered through the other photos from that day. There he was again. And again. Sometimes just a blur at the very edge of the frame, a spectral presence. Other times, chillingly clear, yet always with his face obscured. Always watching. "Sarah." I called, my voice betraying a shakiness I couldn't control. "Can you come here a second?" She came over, her brow furrowed in mild confusion, peering at the screen over my shoulder. "What's up?" I pointed out the figure in the photos, that nagging sense of unease now blossoming into full-blown, suffocating anxiety. "Do you see him? He's in all of these." Sarah squinted at the screen, then offered a dismissive shrug. "It's probably just a coincidence, hon. Lots of people at the beach. Bound to get some in the background of our photos." I desperately wanted to believe her, to dismiss it as irrational paranoia, an overactive imagination fueled by too many late-night crime documentaries. But I couldn't shake the chilling, unyielding feeling that something was profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. The next day, I found myself compulsively scanning our surroundings, my eyes darting nervously, searching for that familiar, ominous silhouette. And there he was, across the street as we left our rental house, feigning interest in a shelf of seashells 2 aisles over in a gift shop, sitting innocuously at a table across the restaurant during dinner. I pointed him out to Sarah, my voice a strained whisper, desperate not to alarm the children. There. By the window. Blue shirt, baseball cap. That's him. Sarah looked, her brow deeply furrowed. Are you sure? I don't recognize him. I'm telling you, I insisted, a desperate urgency in my voice. It's the same guy. He's following us. She placed a gentle, yet firm, hand on my arm, her voice soft, but with an undeniable undercurrent of concern. Honey, I think maybe you're getting a little paranoid. Why would anyone be following us? I wanted to explain, to make her understand the absolute, chilling certainty I felt, but looking at her worried face, at Tommy and Lily happily, obliviously coloring their kids' menus, I faltered. Was I overreacting? Seeing sinister patterns where none existed? I tried to forcibly push it from my mind, to refocus on salvaging what remained of our shattered vacation. But with each passing day, the sightings became more frequent, more brazen. He no longer bothered to hide, standing openly on street corners, watching us from cafe patios, his gaze a palpable weight. And then came the notes. The first one we discovered, a stark white card, slipped silently under the door of our rental house. 4 words, starkly written in block letters, I'm watching you. Always. Sarah's face went utterly, sickeningly pale as she read the chilling message. Maybe it's just a prank? She stammered, a desperate, fragile hope. Kids from around here, messing with the tourists. But we both knew, with the terrifying certainty, that it wasn't. This was real. And it was happening to us. We went to the local police, our desperate plea met with frustrating, bureaucratic indifference. Without any clear, overt threat or tangible evidence of a crime, there was little they could do. They simply advised us to remain vigilant, and report any further incidents. We tried, futilely, to carry on, to salvage what precious moments we could of our shattered vacation, but the carefree joy of those first few days was irrevocably gone, replaced by a constant, gnawing fear, a suffocating presence. We clung to each other, moving as a single, terrified unit, hurrying from place to place, always glancing over our shoulders. The kids, sensing our unspoken anxiety, became clingy and irritable. Why can't we go to the beach? Tommy whined one afternoon, his voice small and petulant. You promised we could go every day. I knelt down, forcing a strained, artificial smile. I know, buddy, but the weather's not great for the beach today. How about we play some board games instead? He stomped off, clearly unsatisfied with my weak, transparent excuse. A pang of crushing guilt twisted in my gut. This was supposed to be a happy time, filled with joyous memories we'd cherish for years to come. Instead, it had curdled into a waking nightmare. The final straw, the breaking point, came 3 days before we were reluctantly scheduled to depart. We decided to have one last desperate family outing, a picnic in the park near our rental house, a desperate attempt at normalcy. As I was spreading out the blanket, Lily, our youngest, tugged on my sleeve, her small hand trembling. Daddy, she whispered, her voice a fragile, terrified thread, that man is taking pictures of us. I whirled around, my heart in my throat, a suffocating lump of terror, and there he was. Not 20 feet away, a camera with an impossibly long lens pointed directly at us, its glass eye a malevolent gaze. When he saw me looking, his movement slow, deliberate, he lowered the camera and smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. It was a cold, empty rictus that sent shards of ice through my spine. I was on my feet in an instant, a desperate blur, racing towards him, but he was quicker, a phantom in the crowd, melting away before I could even reach him. I stood there, panting, frustrated, impotent, as Sarah came up behind me, her face pale. "We need to leave," I stated, my decision made, unyielding, my voice raw with desperation. "Now. Today. I don't care about the money we'll lose on the rental. It's not safe here." Sarah nodded, her face grim, etched with a new, profound fear I hadn't seen before. "Okay, let's go." We packed in a frantic, desperate frenzy, clothes tossed haphazardly into suitcases, leaving behind treasured books and beloved toys in our headlong haste to escape. The kids were confused and upset, their small faces etched with bewilderment, but we had no time for explanations. As we were frantically loading up the car, my gaze snagged on a flutter of white on the windshield. Another note. With trembling hands, I unfolded it. "You can't escape me. I'll find you wherever you go." I crumpled the paper into a tight ball, shoving it deep into my pocket, a testament to the terror. Everyone in the car, now. We drove through the night, a desperate, silent flight, stopping only for gas and hurried bathroom breaks. I kept expecting to see headlights blooming in our rearview mirror, to hear the chilling click of a camera shutter in the oppressive darkness behind us. But there was nothing. It wasn't until we were finally home, our own front door safely, blessedly locked behind us, that we dared to even begin to relax. Sarah gently put the kids to bed, their small bodies limp with exhaustion, while I obsessively double-checked every window and door lock, a futile attempt to barricade against the unseen threat. "Do you think it's over?" Sarah asked, her voice a fragile whisper, as we finally collapsed onto the couch, exhaustion, a heavy blanket, finally claiming us. I wanted to reassure her, to lie, to say yes, we were safe now, but the chilling memory of that cold, empty smile, of those endless photos with the watching figure, was still too fresh, too raw. "I don't know," I admitted, my voice heavy with the truth. "But we'll be more careful from now on. No more posting our plans on social media. No more geotagging our photos. We'll be okay." She nodded, leaning her head heavily on my shoulder. We sat there in a profound, shared silence, both lost in the desolate landscapes of our own terrifying thoughts. A week passed. Then two. Slowly, painstakingly, life began to claw its way back to some semblance of normalcy. We explained away our abrupt, premature return to the kids as a family emergency, a flimsy excuse, promising to make it up to them with day trips and special treats. I was just beginning to allow myself to believe it was all behind us, a harrowing nightmare banished to the depths of memory, when the envelope arrived. No return address. Just our names, meticulously inscribed in that now familiar, chilling block lettering. Inside was a single, glossy photograph. Our family, smiling brightly on the beach, their faces radiating an oblivious joy. And there, in the background, clearer than ever before, was the man. For the very first time, I could see his face. He was smiling directly at the camera. Directly at us. On the back of the photo, 2 words, stark and chilling: "See you soon." I stared at those words, my blood running instantly, terrifyingly cold. Because I knew, with a certainty that shook me to my very core, that this wasn't over. Our perfect vacation had curdled into a nightmare. And that nightmare, a relentless, predatory beast, had followed us home. Now, every unexpected knock at the door makes us jump, our hearts seizing in our chests. Every unfamiliar car lingering on our street sets my pulse racing. We've become prisoners in our own home. Always watching. Always afraid. Because somewhere out there, he's watching too. Waiting. Planning his next move. And all we can do is wait with him, trapped in this terrifying purgatory, wondering not if, but when, he'll strike again.